World Championships Double Elimination Match Play Bracket Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to present to you 64 of the most talented young athletes in the sport who are vying for those coveted spots on 2013 USBC Junior Team USA.
Thank you, Frank. We have a terrific field here today, and this is an exciting day that I know we've been waiting for. I'm Jason Overstreet from USBC Communications, and now let's meet our field competing for the championships here in the 2012 North Point Junior Gold. First, let's start in the U15 Girls Division. Our #1 seed from Pointe, New York. Let's welcome Kelly Skolacki. Kelly will be taking on from Citrus Heights, California, Amanda Duplan. In our next match, from Hoover Heights, Ohio, Haley Cummings. And she's facing from London, Ontario, Canada, Michaela Mitchell. On lanes 21 and 22, from Palmdale, California, Ashley Dunn. Ashley will be facing from Georgetown, Kentucky, Sarah Doyle. On lanes 29 and 30, from Macomb, Michigan, Nicole McCallion. And she'll face from Parkersburg, West Virginia, Justine Brookover. On lanes 37 and 38, from Rudd, Iowa, please welcome Rebecca Broderman. And from Tupelo, Mississippi, Taylor Russell. On lanes 45 and 46, from Clover, South Carolina, Brianna Clemmer. And she's facing from Port Orange, Florida, Haley Boyle. On lanes 53 and 54, from Silvis, Illinois, Kayla Crawford. And from Aurora, Illinois, Jordan Newham. On lanes 61 and 62, from Cottage Grove, Minnesota, Hannah Munson. And from Amherst, Wisconsin, Amanda Garbeck. Let's hear it for our field in the U20 Girls Division. Now let's meet the U15 boys. On lanes 7 and 8, first our top seed from East Cleveland, Ohio, Miko Walker. From Huntington, Indiana, Zachary Tackett. On lanes 15 and 16, from Redmond, Washington, Tyler Bowe. And from Levittown, New York, Brandon Sotamasto. On lanes 23 and 24, from Palmdale, California, Wesley Lowe. And from Hermitage, Tennessee, Donnie Turner. On lanes 31 and 32, from Nazareth, Pennsylvania, Bradley Krause. And from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Lane Sant. On lanes 39 and 40, from Tacoma, Washington, Daniel Hansen. And from Lake Jackson, Texas, Kyle Young. On lanes 47 and 48, from Carpentersville, Illinois, Brandon Biondo. And from El Monte Springs, Florida, Sean Wilcox. On lanes 55 and 56, from Phoenix, Arizona, Cortez Shank. And from Gastonia, North Carolina, Kenneth McFalls. Georgia, Alex Martin. And from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Zachary Griffin. Let's hear it for our U15 boys field. And now let's meet the U20 girls. First, the top seed on lanes 9 and 10 from O'Fallon, Illinois, Natalie Goodman. She'll be facing from Chesapeake, Virginia, Thea Spiris. On lanes 17 and 18 from Brentwood, California, Robin Renslow. And from Fort Wayne, Indiana, Sydney Brummett. On lane 25 and 26 from Long Prairie, Minnesota, Holly Harris. And from St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada, Miranda Panis. On lane 33 and 34 from Rotterdam, New York, Liz Colkin. And from Rockford, Illinois, Megan Bouja. On lanes 41 and 42 from Coventry, Rhode Island, Nicole Trudell. And from Blaubet, New York, Jacqueline Carbonetto. On lanes 49 and 50 from Westerville, Ohio, Mary Wells. And from Tecumseh, Michigan, Jordan Richard. On lane 57 and 58 from Lomira, Wisconsin, Morgan O'Brien. And from New Baltimore, Michigan, Sarah Loker. On lanes 65 and 66 from Stony Point, New York, Danielle McEwen. And from Allen, Texas, Melanie Crawford. There's your field for the U20 girls division. And now the U20 boys on lanes 11 and 12. Our top seed from Melbourne, Florida, Michael Coffey. And from Stockton, California, Armando Godoy. On lanes 19 and 20 from O'Fallon, Missouri, Kyle Sherman. And from Holly, Michigan, Andrew Anderson. On lane 27 and 28 from Vera, Florida, Gregory Young. And from Newark, New York, Jacob Kent. On lane 35 and 36 from Whitting, Indiana, Mitchell Caddick. And from Orland Park, Illinois, Joey Capara. On lanes 43 and 44 from Clearwater, Florida, Colin Champion. And from Davison, Michigan, Tyler Green. On lanes 51 and 52 from Sylvania, Ohio, Charles Easton. From Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota, Neil Cooley. On lanes 59 and 60 from Oswego, Illinois, A.J. Johnson. And from Yakima, Washington, Marshall Kent. On lanes 67 and 68 from Plainview, New York, Matthew Farber. And from Portage, Michigan, Casey Shepard. There's your field for the U20 boys division. One more big round of applause for all of our competitors here at the 2012 World Junior Gold Championships. Good luck. Good bowling. Now some more announcements from Frank.
This morning, these athletes will be bowling in a double elimination bracket. Each match will consist of 2 games with total pinfall determining the winner. The higher seed bowler will have lane choice. The player on the left lane will start the match. In the event a match is tied after 2 games, a 9th and 10th frame roll-off will occur until a tie is broken. Once an athlete loses 2 matches, they will be eliminated from the event. Simply follow the lane numbers on your division's bracket to determine where you will bowl the next game. Pinfall from the 25 games of qualifying and advancers rounds will not be carried over into the double elimination bracket match play competition. The top 2 males and top 2 females in the U20 division will automatically earn spots onto the USBC Junior Team USA 2013. The remaining 2 male and 2 females will be chosen by the National Selection Committee. Athletes, once again, you will enter the scores on your recap sheet. Once your match is over, turn in your recap sheet to the front counter or tournament official. The changing of ball surface will only be allowed after the last match is completed in each round. 1 lane courtesy is in effect and will be monitored by the tournament staff. We will update scores after each match once the scores have been verified by tournament officials. Each and every one of you has shown us why you deserve to be here and why you are the best of the best. We look forward to naming the male and female members of Junior Team USA 2013. Your lanes are now coming on for 10 minutes of practice. Athletes, this is your 2-minute warning, 2-minute practice warning. Athletes, please hold up in your bowl. Your practice is now over. Please hold up on your bowl. Your practice is now over. Please reset your lanes back to the first ball. Just a couple of reminders. Parents and coaches and spectators, please stay in the carpeted concourse area behind the yellow line.
Good morning, everybody. We are live from Woodland Bowl in Indianapolis. Lucas Wiseman, along with Junior Team USA member Chris Vai, as we get started with match play here at the North Pointe Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. Match play about to begin. We've got 16 players in each division, 4 divisions competing all at the same time. U20 boys, U20 girls, U15 boys, and U15 girls all on the lanes with the top 16 players in each division. Matches are 2 games, total pinfall to determine the winners, and it is double elimination. They're bowling on the 38-foot Atlanta pattern, and Chris, I know that you've got some experience on this pattern. What can we expect from a lane play standpoint?
Well, especially you'll see a lot of bowlers farther outside than yesterday. With that 47-foot pattern, they had to keep it tight towards the head pin. Now they can get right and play the lanes a little bit straighter. Probably use a little more rolly of bowling balls, try to not let it do too much on the back end, try to get going through the pins in the right direction.
We can see Jacob Kent there. He's taking on Greg Young Jr. in the U20 boys featured match. In our U20 girls featured match, it's Liz Kulkin against Megan Buja. We also have a U15 girls match. Nicole McCallan and Justine Brookover. And over on 31 and 32, Bradley Krause versus Lane Sant and the U15 boys. I think that U20 boys match between Greg Young and Jacob Kent should be a pretty good one, if I had to guess.
Yes, yeah, it should be very good. They both started playing with a lot of surface outside to begin, trying to give themselves a little bit of room. We'll see how it works out for them.
Kent starts with a spare. If I had to guess, I would say that the U20s might bowl a little slower than the U15s, but I think that everybody's going to end up starting each round at the same time anyways.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I
believe the U20s will take their time.
Yep.
15U kind of, they're a little excited, so they'll be bowling a little quicker this morning.
And they will update the brackets hopefully at the end of each round of matches. It might take a little while. They got to do all that manually, but hopefully be able to get those updated for you each round. And you can find the brackets on bowl.com/juniorgold. They are updated with all of the matchups in this first round. Greg Young, his first shot of the match, looks pretty good.
Yeah, he made a pretty big move inside. He was playing a lot farther right in practice, so made that big move in, try to use that bump that he created in practice.
Nicole leaves the single pin. She's down early against Brookover. Bradley Krause shot 300 yesterday. So still pretty early on in these matches. It'll take them a few frames for everything to get settled in until we know.
Yeah, you got to get the nerves out of the way these first few frames, especially for the people that this is the first time being in match play. You know, this is a big tournament, so it's definitely nerve-wracking.
And only 2-game matches, so there's not.
Yes, it's not the not what I'm used to with the round robin that I was in. So it's definitely definitely a little more different.
Apparently Bradley Krause is fouled, and he's standing there trying to show people that he did not foul. But now an official has come over and says, we're going to give you the spare. I don't know if there were many people fouling this week or not here.
Well, I'm not sure about this bowling alley, but Expo is a whole different story.
Yeah, but I know that we have seen between yesterday and now today 3 fouls on lane 31, so that kind of raises a red flag to me that there might be, be a little oversensitive on that foul light there. Because I haven't seen that many other fouls at least here at Woodland.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many fouls except for, Expo. It was an adventure this week.
They had some issues with the air conditioning over there, and the approaches were a little bit tacky, I guess. But
yeah, had to pry some girl's shoe off the approach.
Here's Kent. He's down by 10 against Young. Young started with a double.
Late 4-pin there. He's got a pretty good ball reaction, maybe a touch weak, but, I think it'll come to him.
Lane Sant, it's a nice looking strike for a double, and he takes a 10-pin lead on Krause.
He's got a very good look right now. Just keep making good shots, and he'll be looking good.
Kulkin with a double, and she takes a 12-pin lead on Buja. Jacob Kent, as we watch him make the spare, made a huge run to make it into this round. Late last night. He shot 12:04 for the last 5 games of qualifying, including a 258, 258, 229 finish.
Yes, yeah, he was.
That's how he got in. He was 14th. So
bowling very well last night.
And he made it by 30 pins, 33 pins.
Yeah, you see a lot of those big runs, once they get to closer to the tournament or closer to the cut, they, a lot of guys can turn it on. Maybe the people in the cut are kind of playing a little defensive, and the people chasing them, stay aggressive and can jump them.
See if Greg Young can stay perfect early on. Looks right.
Yeah.
Leaves the 2-pin. He still has a 9-pin lead. Nicole McKalen missed a single pin in the 4th, and she trails by 9.
There's a good shot there. She may be just touch nervous, but that was a good shot. So maybe she's getting things out of the way now.
Again, that's a U15 girls match. Got one match from each division all day long, each round. And yeah, for those of you just tuning in, the lane condition today, Atlanta. That's what they'll bowl on all day. There's going to be 2 re-oils, I think between rounds 5 and 6, and then before the championship. But those are the only breaks that are built into the schedule today. There are no extended breaks all day long.
And Bradley with the spare.
He's down by 10 early on. Again, 2 games total pinfall to determine the winner of the matches. And the losers aren't out, but they have a long way to go to win.
That loser's bracket is never fun if you get into the first round.
Especially in these double elimination formats where it just you feel like you're bowling forever once you get in that loser's bracket.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Way right for Lane, and leaves the 1-5. I don't see that leave very often.
No, not too often.
Makeable, at least, for him.
Liz Calkin with another strike.
Yeah, it's 3 in a row for her. She's now up by 22 on Megan Buja early on.
Greg Young with a light 8-pin.
So used to these, to the Masters and the Queens, where they've got 3-game matches where the first game you can kind of settle in and get a read on the conditions, and here not much room for the settling in period. You gotta press from the start.
Yeah, that's why I think a little bit of the nerves you see here. They think they got to come out, and strike. But this is a new pattern for everyone this week. So everyone's got to match up, and it could take 4 or 5 frames to get match up. Yeah, so if you just stay clean until you get matched up, and then kind of put some strings together and see what you can do.
That's a good point. This is the 5th day of the tournament, and these bowlers have bowled on a different pattern every day.
Yes.
So they have no experience bowling on this pattern. Some of them have probably never even seen this pattern before, I would guess. As Jacob Kent leaves the 3-pin.
Down 9 through 3.
Very close match in our U15 girls as McKalen trails by 5 with the spare. Justine Brookover missed an easy spare a moment ago. Well, yesterday the Paris pattern tends to be one of the easier WTBA patterns, and so I wonder if for some of these players the lanes feel even more difficult than they would normally, because they went from having decent amount of room last night to being a little bit more touchy this morning, especially on the fresh.
Yeah, everyone was throwing the ball really well, so hopefully some people can use that confidence that they got last night and bring it over to this morning.
And an open frame by Bradley in the 5th, and now he trails by 12 pins at the halfway point of game 1.
Jacob, he's got 79 through 4 with a strike in the 5th.
And nobody in that match has gotten less than 9 on their first ball, so that means they're kind of hanging around the pocket.
Yeah, they're all right around the pocket, so keep throwing good shots. Megan's got 3 in a row now, trying to make a late run this second half of the game.
That was a disaster for Bradley, and he leaves a very awkward
Leaves the
8-9, and he gives it the sarcastic thumbs up.
Yeah.
After the fact.
That's always good.
Craig Young started with a double, 9 spare, 9 spare, but Jake Kent hasn't managed to put a double on the board yet, so Craig with a slight edge. Oh, that one's out the window. Leaves the 2-pin, though. That's a strange way to leave the 2.
That's a good 2-pin.
Yeah.
Culkin, 4-6-7.
Yeah, and all of a sudden...
That lets Megan right back in the match.
Yeah, Megan's in the lead now. Watching live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. Coverage today brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress. I'm Lucas Wiseman, along with Junior Team USA member Chris Vi.
It's a great shot right there by Lane. He's got a decent lead through the first half of this game. So let's see if he can keep making good shots and see what he can do.
Interesting that it put a foul on the board for Bradley Krause on that split attempt. He didn't make it. He got one of them, but another foul on that lane. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Lane Sant with a 2-pin on a double. That would have been a big one to carry. He's already up by a pretty big margin early on.
Yeah, if he spares here, he'll be, let's see, up 42 through 6.
10-pin for Culkin as she has fallen behind a little bit in that one, down by 7. And what's going on over there with Mr. Young? He just got 6.
3, 6, 9, 10.
Just got done saying nobody had gotten less than 9, and all of a sudden he's got a 6 on the board.
It's that Wiseman jinx.
That is. That's exactly right. He still leads by 4 pins. If he can make this with a 3, 6, 9, 10, not the easiest square in the world.
No.
On a sports shot especially. Bradley's getting in the situation here where he's going to have to start making better shots if he wants to have a chance to win this match, because it's starting to get away from him a little bit.
Yeah, he's not making the best shots and doesn't have the best ball reaction, so he's kind of, fighting a battle right here. So see what he can do the second half of the game. Maybe he can figure something out and put a big second game together and, make a run at it.
We see McKalen missing the 3, 6, 9, 10 there for an open in the 9th. Not a very high-scoring U15 girls match.
No, not so far,
It's close, but not high-scoring.
Yeah, very close. I believe right now if they would both go out, Justine would be leading by 9.
But she just split as Jake
splits.
Jake just threw a double, his first double of the match.
That puts him in the lead.
And, of course, Greg Young missed that 3, 6, 9, 10. Well, Justine with the split and the open frame. So both players open in the 9th, and Nicole holds a 13-pin advantage. Jacob Kent, a chance for 3 in a row. We have not seen a 3-bagger in this match yet. Got it.
Until now. He's got a good look outside with that urethane ball, and that's not going to go away for quite a while. So if he can continue making good shots, he has a good chance of making a pretty good run.
And it's a different pattern again today than they've seen all week. And so although the players maybe, like Jacob Kent, may have a low seed coming in, totally different pattern. So, the seeding at this stage really doesn't mean a whole lot.
Yeah, total different pattern, and everyone's at 0. So, yeah, the seeding doesn't really matter too much. It just kind of tells you who you bowl.
Greg Young trying to get back on it here. Down by 17, leaves the bucket.
Yeah, looks like he's getting a little over-under reaction now. See if he can figure something out here.
A spare for Brookover in the 10th.
147.
Yep, on the fill. So 147, which means Nicole just needs a mark of some kind here. A good count to have the lead after the first game. Lane Sant looks like he's going to be tough to beat in this one.
Yeah, he's throwing a lot of good shots and has a very, very good ball reaction.
And he's up by 44.
Yeah.
with 12 frames to go.
While his opponent continues to struggle.
A nice shot, first one in the 10th for McKalen. Here's Lane Sant. We've been watching him bowl real well here this morning early on. See if that trend continues. That was pretty good.
Yeah, he's throwing it very, very well right now.
Forget U15, he'd be competitive in the U20s.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Greg, there's a strike there. So, you know, see what happens.
Liz with a strike in the 8th frame in that match, and she leads by 3 with a couple of frames to go here in game 1.
Yeah, Megan left the left another split, so now we're kind of giving it to each other here. See who wants to take it.
Jacob Kent, chance to really move ahead by a lot with strikes in these next 2 frames, and that shreds the rack.
Yeah, he has a very good look outside with that urethane ball. So hopefully he keeps making some good shots, and you know.
Well, Nicole manages to put together a double in the 10th, and she leads by
22.
Yeah, 22 after 1 game.
Culkin puts together a double. Now up 13 through 7. Jacob, there's another strike. That's 5 in a row.
Yeah, and he's starting to pull away here in game 1. Megan Buja. She's now trailing by double digits after Culkin threw the double.
He's a 10-pin there.
As we check back in with the U20 boys, 9th frame here for Greg Young. He can max out at 222 this game, but Jacob Kent can shoot 259. This one's right again, 2-8-10, and Greg Young starting to get into some trouble here.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of over-under reaction. He needs to make some sort of move in the 10th here. You know, maybe get farther right where Jacob is and see what happens as Megan misses a 10-pin in the 9th.
Yeah, she suddenly is in some trouble if Culkin can step up in the 10th and throw a couple of strikes.
Yeah, she has 160 in the 9th, and she can shoot 190. Culkin can go out for 224, so.
Greg Young opens. Here's Bradley Krause. He's going to shoot in the 160s, it looks like, this game, and his opponent can shoot 247, so he's going to be down a lot.
Yeah, his ball reaction is just not good right now. It may have the wrong ball in his hand. It looks like he's in the right part of the lane, just, you know, maybe the wrong ball in his hand, so see.
And
it doesn't look like he's going to try anything.
Megan Buja looks a little frustrated after leaving an 8-pin in the 10th frame. 167 for Bradley. That might be one of our matches that's over early at this way it looks now.
Yeah, Lane can go out for 247, so that could be a 80-pin lead after game 1.
And it's just a 2-game match. Also looks like Jacob Kent may have a very large lead on Greg Young after the first game if he can finish it out.
Yeah, Greg will be in the 170s with the spare as Lane continues to strike.
He's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, he's looking real good right now. I'm not sure how the other 15U boys matches are going, but I would definitely say that he's got one of the better ball reactions right now.
180 for Megan Buja. And Liz Culkin can strike out for 224, so that would give her a 44-pin lead if she can get a couple of strikes in the 10th. Oh, it's about the only thing that can stop Lane right there.
Yeah, it looked like he tugged that one a little bit and still held, so he's got a good look right now. So he's 236 with the spare here. So he's up 69 after the first game.
That's pretty hard to lead to lose after with just one game to go.
Yes.
69, but you never know. Could just flip the scores and
Oh yeah.
all of a sudden starts hitting some over-under. Ball reaction gets a little suspect. You never know what's going to happen. So if you're Bradley Krause, you got to keep pushing to hope you have a chance.
Yeah.
178 for Greg Young.
Liz Calkin 245. She stays clean. She'd be right at 2-0. Be a 20-pin lead. Oh.
Wow.
Not good for Jacob. 4-6 in the 10th. Kind of loses quite a bit of that lead that he could have had.
He's still going to be up about 50 going into.
Yeah. I mean, still a definitely a comfortable lead, but I always like to have more.
He had 5 in a row before that shot. Now looks like an open frame here in the 10th.
Yeah. Gets his one, so that's 225.
Yep, looks like it.
So 47-pin lead there. There's Bradley. That's a good shot right there. Hopefully he can keep that line and maybe shoot a big game. See what Lane does here.
By the way, Liz Culkin missed the 245 in the 10th.
Yes.
189, 180. She leads Megan Buja. So if you're Megan, you've got to feel a little relieved after that 10th frame.
Yeah, they're kind of, almost giving the match to each other. So see if someone can start strong the second game and kind of take it.
That's going to be our closest match right now is that U20 girls. Jacob Kent leads Greg Young by 47. Nicole McKalen leads Justine Brookover by 22. And Lane Sant leads by 69 over Bradley Krause.
Ooh.
Wow. Lane almost missed the 10.
Touches the 10. So Greg starts with a strike. As you said, even if 47-pin lead, put a big game together and, someone gets a shaky ball reaction, starts leaving, 2 10s or make a move and go through the face, it can change really fast. You lose by 47, nothing says you can't win by 47.
That one's pulled, but trips the 4. I think our first match that's going to finish is the U15 girls, and right now it's a 20-pin lead for Nicole with 7 frames to go. Again, the brackets expected to be updated after each round on bowl.com. There's 64 people bowling right now, so it's not possible for us to give you updates on any of the other matches that are going on. We only have the 4 that are in front of us. Megan starts off game 2 with a strike, trailing by 9. Baby split attempt here for Nicole is good. Not exactly the textbook way to shoot that, but gets it done.
Whatever falls.
Exactly. Brookover with a 6-10. First frame for Culkin. That's a washout.
As Buja struck in her first frame.
Trouble. Brookover misses the spare, and her deficit increases dramatically. She's now down by 32. with 6 frames left. And Bradley Kraus not able to make up any ground here so far, and he's going to be in a world of hurt. Down by about 70 pins with 7 frames to go in the match. Over on the U20 boys side, you see Jake Kent in the foreground there, and Greg Young getting ready to bowl. They've both started with a double here, but Jacob Kent leads by 47 in the match. Yeah, Greg Young needs more strikes here than Jacob does. Jacob just needs to match whatever Greg does the rest of the way, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, it looks like Greg's made a move outside, which I think has got him a better ball reaction. So, maybe, get a big string and, Jacob, even some 9 counts, you can still make up quite a bit of ground on Jacob.
That one's way right for Nicole as she gets 6 on that ball. Bouger looking for a double to start. She already has overcome that 9-pin deficit from game 1. With the spare, she will lead by 2. And what is easily our closest match of this first round on our featured pairs.
Jacob starts with the front 3, continuously putting the pressure on Greg.
And now he's up by 58, 7 frames left.
This Bouger spares, so she is now up to 8 frames to go in that match.
Always like to have exciting matches, so hopefully this one of them will come down to the wire. Well, Lane Sant has thrown 3 strikes in a row, and Bradley Kraus just still can't get it going, so it's looking like Bradley will head to the elimination bracket.
Maybe later in this game, if he is out of it, he can try some other stuff and maybe get something going for that next round. And they do get 5 minutes of practice before the next round starts, so hopefully he can use that to his advantage, find something.
Jacob finally stopped striking down there. Still holds a 57-pin lead as Nicole misses the single pin. So things not quite wrapped up in that one yet. Still pretty close. Culkin with a strike for a double in the 3rd. And she takes the lead back by 8 pins.
Steen crosses over, leaves the 5-pin.
She's down 17 with the spare. Greg Young, he just doesn't look like he's going to have good enough ball reaction to mount the comeback here against Jacob Kent.
Yeah, he can't get to the pocket consistently enough to put together a good string. Bradley makes a move there, looked pretty good. A little touch strong on the back end, so maybe make a hair more of a move and see what happens.
Young makes the spare in the 4th, down by 59 pins with 6 frames left. You're watching live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships, presented by Brunswick. Lucas Wiseman and Chris Vai with you this morning from Woodland Bowl in Indy.
That's a good shot right there by Justine. So she is down 17 with 4 frames to go here. That's still a close match.
Yeah, definitely.
17 pins can be made up in 1 frame pretty easily.
Both players have missed a few easy spares, so definitely not over.
No.
Greg Young, another single pin leave and just ball reaction that's subpar at this stage.
As Lane Sant continues to strike, kind of putting it to Bradley here.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where Bradley can try some things and try to get matched up for the next round. But you never know if it's the U15 division, and these kids not quite as seasoned, and maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't realize those kind of
Realize the opportunities.
strategy options. Yeah. The other key for somebody like Bradley is to not get too down on himself, losing, because he's not out of it yet. He can't mentally check out, despite the fact he's getting run over here.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely going to be even more of an effect with Lane continually getting pumped, and that's a spare 5 in a row. It's kind of more and more get down on yourself, I guess you would say, for Bradley. So hopefully he can keep his head up and figure something out for this next match that he's going to have.
Buja with the 3-6, and she is up by 15, it looks like. What's going on over there? 88. 13 this game. Actually, not quite. Yeah, 23 this game. So 14 pin lead, I think.
Yes.
There we go. It's a little early. The brain's not quite operational yet.
Gets her 2.
We have about 5.5 frames to go down there. Just a moment ago, Nicole McKalian with a double stepped up and threw a couple of strikes. She had, let Justine Brookover pull to within 17, and steps up, throws the double, pushes it back to 27 pins.
Bradley threw a good shot last frame. Got them all to go down, so see if maybe he's got something. And he tugs that one.
Yep. Good shot by Justine. That'll keep her hanging around a little bit here.
Yeah, it's definitely not over. I mean, Nicole needs to stay clean. As Liz, 2 4-10s. She's got a shaky ball reaction right now. Megan's, keeping her around the pocket, so.
At this stage, things looking pretty good for Megan.
Yeah, Jacob strikes there.
Big shot here for Justine. Working on a double. Ooh, that could have been a 210 pretty easy.
Yeah.
Nicole
gets away with that one and leaves a 2-pin.
Yeah, my bad, Nicole, with the 2-pin. She's still up by 26 if she makes the spare.
Yeah, if they both go off the sheet, she'd still be up by 16. So, she stays clean. She should be fine. Greg Young strikes. He's got a 2-pin lead this game, so he's still down 45 with only half a game to go. Lane just putting it to Bradley right now.
He's got the pedal to the metal. It's 6 in a row for him.
Yeah, which is good to see. I don't know if they're putting scores up on the bracket or just advancing people. But if they put the scores up, other bowlers are going to see that score. It'll get into some kids' heads, and that's definitely good to see. They continuously striking.
I think Nicole needs a mark here to win the match. To shut her out, needs a spare 6, I believe, and that would shut out Brookover by a pin.
Yeah, she needs a 181. Yeah, spare 6. Which there's been a few makeables missed by each opponent in this game, so it's not quite over yet.
Let's see what happens. Needs to make the 7-pin. Looks good.
Yeah.
Straight at it. Just need to get 6 on the fill, and she hasn't had anything less than 6 this game, so it looks pretty solid. Jacob Kent still up by, well, it's down to 35 now.
Yeah.
He can push it back to 45 with a strike here. That one
gets them all down.
Yeah. Thought that one might come in a little flat, but it carried.
Yeah, it's that urethane. you know, you get some a little better carry, get the better entry angle into the pocket. So
it's 3 frames to go in that one, and here's the final shot for Nicole. She needs 6 for the shutout.
a little
That's right.
wide.
Oh, she got lucky there. Look at it, tickle the 2. That's enough.
Leaves the 2, and she will advance.
Yeah, Nicole will send Justine down to the losers bracket.
And it does seem like Bradley's trying some different lines here, so that's
he's
good
way
to
right
see. Yeah,
now.
that's good to see.
It's smart play. It shows some savvy out there. Jacob Kent can start punching his ticket here with that strike.
Yeah, that just about locks it up.
He's now up 55 with 2.5 to go. Bouja just doubled, and she is pulling away now from Liz Culkin. It's a 35-pin lead for Megan as Justine doubles in the 10th. She's going to shoot 200 this game, but just ran out of frames.
It ended up going to be about less than 10 pins separated them.
Greg Young mixes them up for the strike. His max 256 this game, but Jacob Kent can shoot 254, and Jake had a 47-pin lead coming into the game. So. I don't think it's quite mathematically over yet, but
not quite, but yeah. Jacob just, you know, gets a few pins on each frame, really. He should be fine.
Certainly will be over if Gregory Young doesn't strike here. Nice. Trying to hang in there, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, you never know.
He's been impressive today. Even though that one doesn't carry.
Yeah,
he's hit the pocket so much in that
still go
match.
250s this game here.
Jacob Kent looking to stay clean down the stretch to lock up the win. That'll do it. Jacob Kent will defeat Gregory Young.
He will advance. Yeah, we're not sure about all the other matches, but the ones here are pretty much already decided. This under 20 girls match maybe is not quite over. If Liz starts striking and Megan, you know, happens to, you know,
fall apart a
touch. Don't ever want to see that happen, but it tends to happen every now and then.
Jake with a split in the 10th, but
yeah, not really.
I think he's got enough.
Yeah, he should be. He's still in the 220s, and Greg can only shoot 250, so yeah, he's
over. I think Jacob hadn't quite done all the math yet.
Yeah, I think he's got it now, so he's okay with it.
Bouja just left a 2-pin on a double. But she's up by 37 pins or so in the match. Jacob Kent gets 2 on the split and shoots 219 this game, which is more than enough for the shutout. I think he needed 209 for the shutout. So he's got it.
And Megan makes the 2-pin.
Yeah, so she's got a 35-pin lead with a couple of frames left. So if she just stays clean, she'll be fine. Just looking to get the ball in the pocket here. Look at that.
That'll do it.
Comes up a little light, but carries it. And that looks like a winner.
Yeah, that pretty much locks it up.
See some excitement going on down there to our left. And Miranda Panis looks like she just beat Holly Harris.
Yeah, she
to our left.
struck in the 10th, and that.
Wow, look how Holly finished.
Yeah.
7-2, 9-dash
That hurts.
to lose. It's a brutal way to finish.
Yeah, but it's it's double elimination, so she gets another shot at it.
There she is. She's a Canadian, and just to clarify, if Miranda were to finish first or second today, obviously she can't be on Junior Team USA, so that automatic spot would become a selection.
Lives leads a 3-pin and spares it. And as our under 15 boys finishing up, Lane shoots 257 that game. And Bradley's throwing some different stuff. He can shoot 189. So that one was over a few frames ago. But Lane, might watch out for him making a run.
And off to the right of our featured pairs, Joey Capera is going to beat Mitchell Caddick. It's a U20 boys match.
Yeah, Bradley is just struggling to find ball reaction right now.
Shoots 188, loses by a hefty margin.
Yes.
More than 120 pins. And this match is pretty much over as well. Megan Buja is going to defeat Liz Culkin. And so we will have another round of matches coming up soon. It looks like most of the matches are pretty close to being done. I still see a few people bowling.
Yeah, so a few each way, but majority of them are done. So we'll have to see these results here. It's hard to see all the results, especially with being 70 lanes of bowling.
We'll get the bracket updated hopefully as quickly as possible. There's a lot of scores to input. So keep an eye on bowl.com/juniorgold for the brackets. And we're going to step away here for a couple of minutes, take a break while we wait for the next round of matches to start here on Bowl TV. Back in just a couple of minutes.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Pointe, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
My teammates, we all were looking for another challenge to make our game a little bit better, and the Sport League was the first step in doing so. So we tried it. We found the flaws in our game, and when you go on a house shot, you do pretty well, and you think you're a good bowler, and then you go on a tougher condition, and it really brings you back down to earth, and you have to work on some things.
How has the sport bowling experience helped you with tournament play and competitive play? Because when you get out somewhere where there's a different pattern, you feel like you probably have a little bit of advantage.
Sure, experience is the key. So, you know, having the sport, understanding that there are different patterns and different ways to play the pattern. Now, when you go to a tournament, if you're one-dimensional, you're finished. But if you have an idea of, oh, I can move here, change ball, rotation, all these other factors, now you have a little bit better arm to face that condition.
It's a chance to make their mark. Last year, more than 70 college hopefuls packed into the International Training and Research Center, all hoping to impress the gathering of top coaches who came to assess their talent.
I definitely am learning a lot. It's just great to be able to actually see my speed and know for sure where exactly my ball exited the pattern and what my entry angle was. All of that's great. It's just great knowledge to have.
I thought that this was a great experience for everybody in high school, you know, that wants to bowl in college. It measures everything pretty much that goes on. This is going to make everybody so much better because they're going to know what they have to work on when they go home to get better.
There will certainly be enough data. The Bowling Combine for college prospects puts these kids through the paces, from athleticism to spare shooting, shot repetition to personality testing. The ITRC is a one-stop shop.
Well, I think the facility matters a lot because you're going to get collection of data from computer-aided tracking information for shot repeatability and speed control. Also having the videos, when we see that data collection, we're going to get a good idea of the holistic picture, the whole complete. I think it's a great concept.
If they had it every other month, I'd probably be here every other month if I knew there were going to be different kids here, because this does allow us a big opportunity to see all these talented kids in one place under different conditions, where in other situations you go and you see them at one tournament and you can't turn around and go back out to another place to see them again. So I think this is awesome. This is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for the coaches and for the athletes.
It's a chance for colleges to choose kids and for kids to choose a college. Both sides are looking for that right fit, and it may not necessarily be about who knocks down the most pins.
The number one thing we look for is potential. We're looking for somebody with strong academics as well as potential for bowling. Doesn't mean that they're great at the moment, but we're looking for key components that will lead them in the future with training to be the best that they could be.
To find out more about future programs and how you can get involved, simply go to bowl.com/combine.
Welcome back to Indianapolis, Woodland Bowl, home of the North Point Junior Gold Championships. We are in between matches, as you can see, waiting for the brackets to be updated. Appreciate everyone joining us here live on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet. Whether you're here for the break, while Lucas Wiseman and Chris Vi step out to catch their breath. We'll have coverage throughout the day here as we find out who will take home the championship here at North Point Junior Gold. $250,000 in scholarship money to be handed out in this tournament. Thank you to North Point Insurance, our title sponsor, as well as Brunswick, the presenting sponsor of this event. Appreciate the support. You can find a list of upcoming events on Bowl TV on the homepage of USBC's website, bowl.com. And if you'd like more information on this tournament or any of our youth programs, please do take a moment and browse through the bowl.com website to see all that's out there from the youth. Everything from Roll and Grow memberships to get kids started for the real young ones, on up to the standard USBC youth membership that has a fantastic new jersey design this year. Junior Gold membership, something that is now available to any youth bowler regardless of average. Chance to have additional benefits, find out exclusive newsletters, things like that. And of course, then access to bowling and qualifiers that might land you here at the North Point Junior Gold Championships next year. Next year, this event moves to the Detroit metro area, along with the USBC Youth Open Championships. We'd love to see you with us in Detroit next year. Record attendance here in 2012, and we're hoping to beat it again in 2013. Especially eager to have
growth in our U15 division. Had a chance to watch some of those bowlers throughout the week here with our coverage. And it's been a terrific experience for them. So once again, we finished round 1 of match play, awaiting the start of round 2. And here's Frank Wilkinson on the PA giving an update.
Practice for round 2 will begin at 9:38. Practice for round 2 will begin at 9:38. Between each round, athletes will receive 5 minutes of practice.
So Frank Wilkinson saying that we will fire back up with practice in 10 minutes or so from now. 10 minutes until practice. Then there'll be 5 minutes of practice on the new pair. And round 2 will begin. So please do stick around with us. We'll have more coverage coming up on Bowl TV.
quiet to round 4. Girls on lanes 5 to 8, boys on lanes 9 to 12. We'll remind you when that time comes. When your arrows come up, you can bowl for score. Good luck and good bowling.
We are starting round 2 now. Here, match play at the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. Lucas Wiseman and Junior Team USA member Chris Vi with you as we get started with this next round of matches. Got a U15 boys match down on 27 and 28. It's Bow versus Wilcox. Our U20 girls match is a good one. Goodman versus Carbonetto. U20 boys, Godoy versus Champion, and the U15 girls, Duplan versus Russell. They had a little bit of a break between the first and the second round, mostly because you've got 32 matches going on that first round. It takes a while to get all the recaps tallied up, the brackets updated, and those delays will get shorter as we go along throughout the day here in match play. Carbonetto shooting the spare here in the first frame. It's an open for her. And Chris, you were saying during the break you found out there were some upsets in the first round on the guys side.
Yeah, the U20 guys, 1, 2, 3, and 5 seeds all lost first round. So, yeah, this pattern, you know, kind of not matching up for everyone today. Playing a little tougher. So, got to make some shots out there today.
So that means the contenders bracket has just become much more difficult with all those guys dropping in there.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the contenders bracket's hard enough as it is, and then you get, you know, Marshall Kent's in the losers bracket now, so, you know, you got Team USA world champion in the losers bracket you got to go through. It's makes it even harder.
Now the brackets on bowl.com will be updated as soon as possible. It's 64 scores that Steve has to put in and put in all those names manually. He's working on it. He was working on it when I was in the office just a couple of minutes ago, so hopefully he'll be able to get those on the website shortly, so stay tuned for that. We are in the second round of matches. Again, 2 games total pinfall to determine the winners.
Natalie starts with a double here on Jackie. Open first frame, striking second.
Here's Godoy. Starts with a double. Both players with doubles to start in that match in the U20 boys division. Goodman's arm swing has to be a little looser today than it was yesterday because she already got a spot on Junior Team USA last night by being one of the top 2 in the standings.
Yeah, that always helps, eases you a little bit through today.
She said half the work is done.
Oh, yeah. Now she's going for that extra scholarship money.
Russell has started with a double in our U15 girls match, just left a washout in the third. So she leads by a couple of pins if she can make the washout. Here's Colin Champion trying to stay perfect. Godoy has started with 3 in a row. Sends the pin across the deck, but in front of the 10, and no luck on the carry. Open frame there for Russell.
Carbonetto doubles now, so she's right back in it.
Colin, champion, misses the 10-pin for the open.
Yeah, and
another washout.
They both look like they have pretty good looks, so that's going to be, you got to make your spares in that match. Sean Wilcox goes spare, strike, first 3. And Bo has spare, strike, spare. It's a 1-pin game.
Yeah, pretty even after 3 frames. Carbonetto looking for her 3rd strike in a row. And
7-pin.
Leaves that 7 standing. She trails by 11 with the spare.
Colin comes back with a strike after that errant 10-pin. Godoy continues to strike.
Yeah, that's the pair that the U15 boys bowled on last time. And
yes.
You can see that Armando Godoy really far right.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what Bradley was trying to do, but at the end, but didn't quite get it to work.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's different. So, I mean, what works for one is not necessarily going to work for another. So, but Armando's throwing a lot of good shots, and you know, he took down the 1 seed first round, so he has to have a good look.
Pulled that one, leaves the 4. Not on the run of strikes, but he has a 32-pin lead now. Bo leaves the 10-pin a spare, and that match is even after 4 frames.
Natalie strikes.
Natalie's off to a good start.
Yeah.
Double 9 spare strike. Little lucky strike there for Duplan. She's up 16.
Yeah, up 16 through 4. Natalie continues to strike as Colin leaks one and leaves the 1-2-5.
George Lambert checking in the chat says he's over at the Survivor Tournament. There are plenty of spots open for the 1 p.m. squad. I think you're going to go bowl, aren't you, Chris?
I will be there, yes.
Did you sign up yet?
Not yet.
George, save a spot for Chris Vi.
Yeah,
he's on the way.
Save me a spot.
He'll be going over to win the Survivor Tournament.
Hey, that would be nice. Get my confidence back, you know?
Repair that ego a little bit.
Yeah.
Carbonetto.
Another 7-pin.
Yep. She's putting it in the pocket. She's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, she's keeping it in play, throwing good shots. She's not getting them all to fall.
George says the entry fee is double for you.
Double?
Probably because you throw the ball with 2 hands.
Yeah, I'll just throw one-handed if it saves me some money.
Who are you kidding? Your mom's probably paying for it anyway.
Hey, maybe. If I'm lucky.
If you're a good boy.
Yeah, I try to be.
Carbonetto trying to pick up the 7-pin here again.
And she gets it.
Yep, no problem there. But Goodman is up by, looks like 22 early on. Halfway point of game number 1.
So 15U boys still staying clean. It's only, I think Bo's up 2 through 5. So it's kind of neck and neck right there, kind of matching each other.
Godoy getting ready to step up in the 6th frame after making the spare. In the 5th, he's got a 33-pin lead early on here against Champion. And Godoy's ball reaction right now looks borderline unbeatable at this stage, but as we know, the transition happens. Can do some funky things.
Yeah, it's not going to affect it too much, only being 2 games. So, and especially with only 1 person on each lane. So he should still have a good ball reaction throughout the 2 games. You know, make maybe a little move here and there, but it should be pretty similar. I don't think anything too drastic is going to happen.
Oh, trips the 4 that time. He's pulled it a couple of times on that lane.
Yeah, but when you see that happen, you kind of loosen up a little bit. So that always helps.
For those just checking in, See Cycling Girl checking in with us here. Chris, what's the pattern today?
38 feet Atlanta. They going to see a lot of more bowlers bowling outside today, especially with that 47 feet yesterday. They had to play much tighter. Now the 38, they'll be a lot farther right, trying to get that ball to smooth off the break point at the end of the pattern.
Here is our top seed in the U20 girls.
You see Natalie's playing, you know,
see why right there.
About 7. Yeah, she's got a great look. Double spare 3 in a row. You got Colin. He's swinging a little bit, but you always got to get your break point right on these little bit shorter patterns. So, but he's throwing the ball well.
And Natalie, her run of strikes comes to an end at 3, but she still has a 46 pin lead with the spare.
Yeah.
Early on here against Carbonetto,
yeah,
who's got a couple opens.
Yeah, she had 2 opens in the first and 6th. As Armando continues to strike, I mean, he's got 4 in a row and then spared triple. As Natalie chops the 2-4. So kind of limits her lead, but still got a hefty lead.
Yeah, still up 34.
Yeah.
Wilcox looking for a double, and he gets it, and that capitalizes on a couple of opens by Bo, back-to-back for Bo, in the 6th and 7th frames. So now Wilcox has a lead that is growing in that one.
Up 21 after 6.
Carbonetto with a strike in the 7th, down by 34. Chance to cut it to 24 if she strikes again, and Godoy looks unbeatable right now. Another great looking strike.
Yeah,
he had struck on 8 out of 9 to start this game.
I'm not sure what he bowled the first set, but I would have a hard time believing it would be much lower than 460.
To beat, who did he beat, Marshall?
Yeah,
or no,
he beat Michael Coffey.
Michael Coffey,
first,
that's right.
Number 1 seed.
It was A.J. Johnson beat
yes.
Marshall, I believe.
That was the 6-11 match.
And it looks like those brackets are updated now on bowl.com. Armando shot 429 and beat Michael Coffey, who had 355.
Well, he's definitely throwing the ball really well. So maybe the lane's a little tighter down on the low end, or just throwing the ball a lot better this game.
So winners on the girls' side, U20 girls in the first round. Obviously, Goodman and Carbonetto, who are on our featured pairs, along with Renslow, Richard, Panas, Loker, Buja, and McEwen. Buja taking on McEwen. That'll probably be a good match down there. And on the U20 boys' side, in addition to Godoy versus Champion, it's Anderson versus Easton, Kent versus Johnson, and Copera versus Shepard. You can find those brackets on bowl.com/juniorgold.
Yeah, A.J. Johnson's running through the Team USA field right now.
Yeah.
He gets Marshall first round, and then 2010 member Jacob Kent this round.
Colin Champion is putting together a nice finish here to this game. His ball reaction has not been bad this game. He missed a spare and, had an errant shot in the 5th, and right now Godoy hasn't really given him an opportunity to make many mistakes.
No, I mean, he shoots 225, and he could be down 50.
Yeah, Godoy can still shoot 279.
So, I mean, that's rough when you shoot 220s and you can be leading a lot of the matches, and then you're down 50.
If you don't see the updated bracket on bowl.com, make sure you press refresh.
In the U15 girls, Russell shoots 190. I believe Duplin can Can strike out for 215 in the 10th. As Godoy keeps striking, it's 5 in a row. He's in the 250s now, or 260s, I'm sorry.
The U15 brackets should be updated shortly.
Goodman splits there. She's still about 180 in the 9th, so she's still got a pretty good lead.
Still up about 40 as Godoy finally misses again. So he's going to shoot 268. Have a nice 43-pin lead with a spare.
Yeah, and he's throwing the ball really well, so hopefully he can keep that going and shouldn't have any problem.
Okay, we're in the second round of matches here at the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. We have as many as 9 rounds of matches today, and really no sizable breaks to speak of throughout the day, just a couple of re-oils.
Yes. Yeah, Duplin misses the 10-pin in the 10th. Cost her quite a bit. She's only up 3 now after game 1.
Duplan up by 3 on Russell after game 1 on our U15 girls match. Carbonetto trying to get something going here, but she's still down. With the spare, she'll be down by 23. Wilcox 235, Bow can only shoot 184. This is Bow's second shot in the 10th.
There's a question for the Andrew Anderson match. It looks like, is that plus 50 after game 1?
Looks like, yeah, it's way off to our left here. It looks like Anderson's up 50 after game 1.
Yeah, he's up 50 on Charles Easton with the front 3 this game, so he's got a good look so far. I've bowled against Andrew quite a few times. One heck of a bowler, I tell you. Especially, and even Charles, his opponent, bowled with him a lot. We're both from Ohio, so I see both of them in a lot of tournaments.
Godoy up by 43 after the first game against Champion. And that's a pretty good lead considering how good Armando's ball reaction looks. He's going to be tough to beat.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good shot from Carbonetto.
Yeah. She's down about, 23?
Yeah, down 23. If she can strike out here, she could be as close as, single digits potentially.
Yeah.
Going into the last game.
Yeah, so still hanging in there.
Wilcox up 61 on Bow in our U15 boys match.
Yeah, he was bowling pretty well, and Bow had a couple opens, and Wilcox capitalized. Carbonetto leaves the big 4, so she can go 176 if she gets 2 here. He's trying to bowl on the wrong lane.
Yeah, Wilcox has to jump over to the other side. Godoy, still looking good, throwing it pretty hard.
Yeah, he's throwing it, he's throwing it great, so, it's hard to change.
Making it work out there so far. Goodman, 10th frame. She can get to 211 if she strikes out, but now she'll, oh, look at the 7 go late.
Gets a tap.
So if she strikes out for 211, she'd be up by 35 pins or so.
Which 35 is still not an insurmountable comeback.
Someone asked in the chat if Miko Walker won, and he did not.
He did not. He
I was
lost.
walking down there to the low end during the break and saw the scoreboard and saw he lost.
Yeah.
I also saw Wesley Lowe lost, the U15 boys as well, in a 9th and 10th frame roll-off.
Ah. Goodman leaves pocket 710, so she can go 200 if she gets her 1.
Still a 24
pin lead, yeah.
Not bad. She'll take it.
Champion strikes. They both started spare strike, but now Champion has spare double.
So he's cut it to 33-pin deficit as of this moment.
All right, Bo and Wilcox both started with an open. Wilcox missed a single pin, and Bo split. Mondo, he's having a hard time missing the pocket. I mean, just, he's throwing it and it's finding its way to the pocket. Just few shots haven't carried so far. Picks up a spare, so
not just like that. Champion's back to within
23.
Yeah, potentially 23. Yeah. Both players started running open in our U15 boys match.
Yeah, both spares there. So. Mondo strikes. So he's got spare strike. All Champions got spare double. And our the 15U girls, Russell just split in the third.
Carbonetto just missed the double wood.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to start out a game when you're down 24. Yeah, so our 15U girls, Russell has 44 in the third. And then Duplan has open in the first with the spare in the second.
Oh, bad shot by Champion. He yanked it. It was a really big opportunity for him to make up a lot of ground right there.
Yeah, so he's up 9 this game, so still down 34.
Duplan with a strike. It's a very close match in our U15 girls.
Hawk Mom into pain for Survivor. I think I can do that.
I'll put in a good word for you.
All right, I appreciate that. And Champion goes high again. I think he's just a little too deep right now. He's catching, if he misses just a touch in, he's ball's hooking early. So, he's still throwing the ball really well, so he's still scoring. But, he's got to be a little, he's got to be a little more precise than Armando.
Covers up the spare nicely, though, in the fifth. He's still down by 37 with 5.5 frames to go. Live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships here at Woodland Bowl as Bo misses the spare, and he's in a world of hurt down there.
That's a rough game for both players to start off so far.
Wilcox with the 65-pin lead with 7 frames to go.
And Russell leaves the bucket in the 5th frame there, and she's down quite a bit.
It's starting to grow, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The deficit. There's only 3 at the start of the game, and now it's heading the wrong direction for Russell.
Yeah, it's 17 at the minimum now. Depending on what Duplan does in the 5th here. All right, Carbonetto spares in the 2nd.
She's down 36.
Yeah.
Here's Godoy. Manages to get the strike. He's not figured out that right lane, though, this game. He struck every time on the left lane.
Yeah.
Still up 37, though.
Which is kind of the one that was giving him fits the first game. He was having trouble getting to the pocket of the left lane.
Yeah.
Coming up high a little bit. I mean, still shoot 268, but, you know, he tripped a couple fours.
It happens all the time. Lanes flip on you. And you
oh, yeah. Yeah,
all of a sudden, the lane you were striking on, you can't strike anymore. And the lane you couldn't strike, well, that you were struggling a little bit on.
Yeah, I mean, 268, can't really say he's struggling.
No. He got a couple of lucky breaks, though, to trip out those high 4 pins, though. And those strikes, probably the difference in the match right now. Goodman, third frame. Puts a strike on the board. That's a double, and she now is up by 46 on Carbonetto.
Colin leaves 10 pin there.
Looks like the U15 brackets are updated now, so you can check those out. Yeah, it looks like something might not be right on those brackets.
Yeah, that 512 says it's 291 to 352, but the
I wonder
291s.
I wonder if that's 391.
Yeah, that might be just a typo on the number there. Yeah, Armando goes to the face, leaves the 6, 7, 9, 10. Greek Church without the 4 pin. You know, if he can't figure out that right lane, I mean, he's only got one more frame on it, but, you know, if he splits again, you don't know what could happen. Oh, but he picks it up.
Wow.
Great shot. That will, that definitely helps. Staying clean will get you pretty far. I mean, he's only down 6 this game, so he's still up 37 now.
What a pickup.
Yeah, that helps.
I think Jason might have a replay. Yeah, shaking his head.
We got a replay here.
Here it comes.
Yeah, you see this. See, actually, this 4 picked up quite a few times if you out of the Greek Church. Just kind of, you know, get to the right side of that bucket, and 6 pin kicks off the 9 and slides over into the 7. And then he follows that up with a strike on the left lane.
Meanwhile, Carbonetto is in some trouble here.
Yeah, she put together a double there, and then leaves a washout.
Yeah, and Goodman is pulling away.
Oh,
and they give her a foul. Yeah. She's not looking too good here. Here's Colin Champion, who really, I would say, has to strike out to have a chance to win
I
this
would
match.
definitely have to say he needs to strike out and have Armando help. Yeah, 2 pins there.
Goodman leaves the 4-7 on a 3-bagger, but not too much pressure on her right now. She's up by almost 70 pins. Champion makes the spare. He's still down by 38 with 2 frames to go, so it looks like Godoy will probably win the match. Looks like Wilcox will defeat Bowe. Both of them really struggling this game, but Wilcox had a big first game. So.
Yeah, that is an extremely low-scoring second game.
Yeah, Wilcox with a 61-pin lead going into this game, and added another 16 to that total, so he's up 77. Godoy finally gets a double. Oh, sorry, that's Champion. Gets a strike in the 9th. Godoy will be looking for a double here.
Yeah, see if he can figure out this right lane. And it's last time on it, and he pretty much has the match already locked up, so not too much pressure, but it's always nice to, you know, figure out a lane.
Well, if Godoy strikes again, it's over for sure.
Yeah.
Mathematically. He hasn't struck on this lane yet this game.
There
Good time to do it.
Finally gets one on the right lane, and
he'll stay in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, that'll advance him.
He'll get a round off too. I think only the contenders are in next round.
Yep, he'll get a round off, but able to practice up on the high end, stay loose.
Two 8-10 for Bo as he's just really struggling down there.
And then
Godoy, that's enough. He's going to be all right.
Yeah, no problem there. Shoot 2 O's this game. Best champion can do is 25, so still be up 30s.
Yeah, even if he misses it here, still got enough.
Yeah.
Duplan's going to beat Russell in our U15 girls match. And not very much drama again this round on our featured pairs.
No, not too much.
Not very good odds of that happening with only a 2-game match, and we've got 4 matches. You would think some of them would be close at the end, but
yeah,
had a lot of blowouts.
Yeah, a lot of people struggling on this pattern that they haven't seen yet. But then you got the people that are getting locked in, making a run for it.
Carbonetto made a ball change there. Strikes in the 7th. She looks frustrated.
As champion gets an interesting 4 count there.
Yeah. Washout 4 count. You don't see that all the time.
Yeah, washout with the 8 pin still in there. As Duplan strikes, and that will advance her.
There's a look at the washout that Colin left.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Yeah, that's interesting. Don't see that too often. It's 4 of them.
So that match is now over. It was over before he even bowled the 10th, but
yeah.
Godoy moves on in the winner's bracket against champion.
And Godoy shoots 476, I believe, that for those 2. He's got a really good look.
So Godoy, Duplan, Wilcox, and Goodman are going to be the winners on our featured pairs this round.
Yeah, we needed that roll-off on our featured pair.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But a lot of matches still to come. This is just round 2. And we've got at least 6 more rounds to go, probably 7.
Carbonetto runs a 3-6-10 down. She's making some ball changes, trying to figure stuff out for the next round, but she's pretty much already lost this one. Gets a late mixer there. Looks like she's having trouble getting it back up to the pocket, facing up early enough to go through the pins the right way. So Natalie also gets a light mixer.
She's just kind of chugging along here, 4 in a row for the lefty who
and I mean
already has a spot on Junior Team USA, looking just to win the tournament at this stage.
Yeah, nothing too exciting, just kind of, you know, putting it in play and see what happens.
I'm sure it's always nice to have a match where you you don't have to work too hard
to
win because, Jackie hasn't really made Natalie work very hard at all in this match.
No, not too hard so far. But, yeah, I mean, Natalie's just kind of grooving along. Just trying to get through this one and see what she's got next round. All right, she actually is off next round. So she'll get a break and maybe relax, watch a little, or stay loose and practice.
Yeah, they will have the option to practice a little bit.
Yes.
Which, as much bowling as they've done this week, I don't know if I'd want to be doing much practicing. But
yeah,
just to stay loose, throw a couple of shots every few minutes, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, with the 2 games, you can kind of rest for the first game, and then kind of wander your way down towards first few pairs down there they got for practice. So yeah, she shoots 246 that game and locks it up.
So Carbonetto is going to be the last one to finish up in this round on our featured pairs. Looks like a lot of the other matches are pretty close to over as well. Looks like Hansen defeated Tackett in the U15 boys match off to our immediate right.
Yeah, I believe Tackett was 16 seed that beat Miko.
Yeah, that's true. So he goes win-lose here this morning. It's still alive, and you can see off in the distance some of the other matches going on. I see AJ Johnson. I see Danielle McEwen.
Yeah, I saw AJ with a little bit of emotion. Not the good emotion either. So.
Oh boy.
Kind of just like
see Jake off to the right.
Yeah, I believe they're bowling each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnson and Kent. So
that would have been a nice one to have in front of us.
Yeah.
Instead, it's down on like lane 50-something, 57.
Yeah, same way with the Johnson other Kent match. And looks like AJ wasn't too pleased with that shot either.
Yeah, that's body language. It indicates he's losing.
Yeah, I mean Jacob had Kent. You don't know which one.
Yeah.
Jacob had a good look the first game, so I mean it wouldn't surprise me if he's still bowling well. But I mean I know AJ shot 230s the first game against Marshall, so he had to have a fairly good look. As you see Danielle throw a shot there.
So we'll just wait for the start of round 3. They'll have to wait for everybody across the house to finish. They'll tabulate all the scores, and then they will get things set up for that next round. And Chris, I guess you're going to head over to Western and take part in the Survivor tournament. So thanks for sitting in for these couple of rounds this morning, and good luck over. Yeah, good luck over at the Survivor tournament. We'll be looking at for you on Twitter. You can post an update. Let us know how you're doing over there.
Sounds good.
You're on Twitter. You're at Two-Handed Phenom. Is that right?
Yes, that was not mine. I was given that name.
You were given that by
I was given that name by a friend back home.
There you go.
Yeah. So
if you want to follow Chris Vi on Twitter at Two-Handed Phenom, and that's the number 2.
Yes, the number 2.
So, all right. Well, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back as soon as they get started with the next round here at Junior Gold.
shot 140.
athletes, this concludes round 2 of the finals. The next round will start at 10:48. In round 3, only the contenders bracket bowlers will be bowling. We'll be using lanes 13 to 44. Lanes 13 to 44, only those advancing in the contenders bracket will bowl this round 3. Those sitting out round 3 in the winners bracket, girls, you can practice on lanes 5 to 8. Boys, you can practice on lanes 9 through 12. The next round will start at 10:48.
I don't know. He told me to take it to 31 and 32, but his name's not on it.
Athletes have changed their practice schedule. Athletes competing in the winner's bracket are starting in round 4, sitting out this match. Girls practice on lanes 5 to 8, boys lanes 49 to 52. Girls 5 to 8, boys 49 to 52. That's athletes practicing sitting out round 3, bowling in round 4. on your line, 5 minutes of practice. Athletes, your 2-minute practice warning. 2-minute practice warning. Good luck in your bowling.
Welcome back to Indianapolis in our next round of the North Point Junior Gold Championships. This round is strictly the contenders bracket or losers bracket, players that have lost one match. And once again, we'll be bringing you coverage of one contest in each of our 4 age divisions. I'm Jason Overstreet, sitting in for Lucas Wiseman. And joining us providing color commentary this round will be Andrew Kane, USBC president, former Team USA member, and somebody that has experience in this tournament as well. Andrew, glad to have you with us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So let's run down who it is that we've got on our various pairs here this contest. Right now you're looking at the U20 boys matchup. Matthew Farber and Colin Champion. Champion has a strike to open things up. Farber's first shot is a bit high with a 9 count. Right next door is the U15 girls, and that contest features Haley Boyle and Jordan Newham. Strike for Boyle, spare for Newham to begin things. In the U15 boys, we have Brandon Sotomasto taking on Donnie Turner. And over in the U20 girls, Mary Wells and Sarah Loker. Wells with a couple of strikes to start things off, Loker with 1 strike. So that kind of sets the matches. We'll see how things play out here. And once again, this is in losers bracket competition, so it is win or go home at this stage. 3rd round of the day here at the North Point Junior Gold Championships. And Andrew, you've had a chance to watch some of the competition thus far. What are your impressions of the way things are going?
You know, everybody's pretty good here.
Isn't it amazing? The U15s are spectacular for their age.
It is exciting to see this much, and there's a lot of energy in the building. A lot of people still here hanging out watching. You know, it's really spectacular to see what this event's become.
Well, we're off to a hot start in the U20s with all strikes. Here's Loker, and she makes it 3 in a row. So both players on fire to begin things in that contest. Over to our U15 girls. Jordan Newham. Whoa. With the light hit, gets the carry, and that's a double for her. 3rd frame shot. Mary Wells responds, so all strikes in the U20 girls. And it goes fast and furious trying to keep up with all 4 divisions here.
You know, I never used to believe that you get slower with age, and well, I'm not that old yet, but it's nice to see people bowl a little faster.
Well, some of our pairs at the beginning, folks, were very deliberate. I think the older kids take some more time, but not the U20 girls. Right now, they both seem to have a feel, and they're not hesitating to get on the approach at all. Mary Wells with the first front 3, and she's up on the approach, firing away already. This time she crosses over, and the streak ends.
You definitely start to, as a player, you start to learn the value of patience. You can see who's got the experience. I mean, some people get a little bit of momentum, and they get up, and they just want to bowl as fast as possible. For some people, you know, there's a lot of it's a mental game, and some people like to pace their opponent, and that comes into play when you're bowling for your life here, when you're bowling for your tournament life.
Jordan Newham looks like she has a nice look. That's 3 in a row after a spare to start things. Her strike in the 4th. It's a little bit of a different twist now. When you bowled in this event, it was round robin play as opposed to elimination. Of course, the elimination component brand new this year. You've bowled in many different formats, probably every type over your career. What do you think about this change, and what does that mean for the kids that are competing?
I think it's great, and I especially think that the best part of this is the automatic spots are rewarded to those that succeeded in qualifying all week and bowled on total pins. I think it adds a new dimension to the tournament, to where there's not specifically a premium on being the long-term leader or being very good just in match play. But I think I think there have been a lot of good changes made to this tournament, and I think it's going to continue to grow and be successful.
We're visiting with Andrew Kane, USBC president and multi-time Team USA member. Now, did I overhear that you competed in the first junior gold?
The very 3. Yeah, and actually behind us here, there's my name's on one of those. I actually made the junior team in 2001, so there's a lot of nostalgia coming back in here.
Yep.
I can feel every bit, and I've been where the kids that are out here playing right now, and my parents were where a lot of the parents out here watching are right now, and it is fun and agonizing all at the same time.
Makes you feel a little bit old, doesn't it, to know that it was you once, but now such big separation in the age of the kids that are out here now.
Well, it makes me feel old when I tell you that back in the 90s, when I was bowling this, but no, 1998, the very first junior gold in Reno, and I think that was certainly the first major youth tournament that was held in the stadium, if I'm not mistaken.
Matthew Farber, who you're seeing right now, U20 boys, and he strikes there. He displayed some really clutch bowling yesterday to grab the automatic spot on Junior Team USA. He needed a couple of strikes in the 10th to lock it up, and did so. And so we'll welcome him to the team next year and see what kind of run he continues with here, if he can stay alive with a shot at the championship.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, it's amazing. It's got to be a nice feeling knowing that you've already locked up a spot on the team, but all that aside, you still want to win.
So taking a look at Colin Champion, who we had on our featured pair before. That's Colin shot in the 4th frame. Running's a 10-pin. He's gone strike, spare to open things up, so contest fairly even. Over in the U15 boys, Sotomasto, 5th frame shot. Good looking ball, 9-pin does not go. That was for a double. He's gone open, strike, spare, strike. While Donnie Turner is essentially right in the same spot with 1 open and no doubles. U15 girls. Jordan knew him after a 3-bagger open.
That was a great shot.
Rebounds nicely. Haley Boyle has gone strike, spare, and then 3-bagger spare. So
if she strikes here, she's going to have a 16-pin lead.
Nice shot there by Haley.
In this pattern, it's really interesting to see the different strategies that everybody has. You just saw Haley Boyle go a little bit straighter. Jordan Newham choosing to play a little bit inside of her. She's got a little bit higher rev rate. But, overall, it looks like this pattern's pretty playable, and it does afford some of these players to have those different strategies without, seeing too much transition. There's only 2 of them on a pair, so there's not a lot of play. But I got to tell you, I think some of it, when it gets down to this point, you're bowling 2 games in the consolation bracket. You're just bowling for your life. You're bowling on guts at this point.
One thing that has definitely struck me, and as we've watched some of these shots from the U15 players, is how talented the younger generation is. And I wasn't quite sure what to expect, if there would be the same kind of compelling stories and talent to watch with the younger kids, but boy, they're advanced at a young age.
Yeah. And their composure is just amazing. Just watching how they handle these situations.
This is some pressure stuff. This is a national championship tournament, and most of our viewers, I would think, would know, but in case some don't, $250,000 in total scholarship money here at the North Point Junior Gold Championships that is going to be awarded to the various competitors. Definitely want to thank our sponsors at North Point Insurance, the title sponsor of this event, as well as Brunswick, our presenting sponsors, for their support of youth bowling. And it's a great thing about the sport of bowling. It gives an opportunity for young kids to be able to come out and compete and be awarded some scholarships to help advance their education as part of their participation in the sport. We flip over and see a miss for Jordan Newham. She's been puts her at 172 in the ninth. She's going to likely end up trailing after game one. Over to Matt Farber.
He's coming off an open in the fifth frame. He just barely missed the 610. That strike gets him right back on track.
Champion up a mark on that one, and well, every time the camera is flipped over to take a look at Brandon Sotomasto, he has thrown some nice shots. That's a double in the seventh.
You know, he's definitely using his speed to his advantage on this pair, and you know the scores aren't terribly high, and he's got 89 in the fifth and a double. Turner has 96 in the sixth and a spare, but his speed's letting him keep the ball in play. He's keeping the ball in the pocket, and you know sometimes it's not about shooting the highest score; it's about staying out of trouble.
Just saw Mary Wells leave the 4-pin in the 8th frame. She's got a 10-pin lead over Locher in the U20 girls contest. Covers up the spare. Fortunate break there. 10-pin goes down to avoid the split for Sotomasto. Now Locher up her 8th frame shot, working on a spare, trying to make up a little bit of ground on Wells. And a good looking shot there.
Gets her right back into the match.
Yep, she can strike and make it even. Colin Champion just off the left side of your screen actually disappeared, and we'll see Sarah Locher instead wearing a 10-pin. Champion went a bit high for a 7 count. And now back over to Newham. 10th frame shot there for Jordan. Leaves the bucket.
If she spares and strikes here, she's only going to be down 18 going into the second game.
Haley Boyle in the book with a 210 in game one. So pretty important spare here for Jordan. She doesn't end up in too big of a hole. Goes right at it.
There you
Good
go.
conversion. Donnie Turner, foul light goes on, and that lane has been having quite a few fouls. We've seen that several times, and you wonder about whether something weird is going on there. And lane 31 continues to be the only lane that anybody's fouling on, but nevertheless, Donnie doesn't argue the point. Actually went and picked up the spare.
It's one of the hardest things in bowling to do is if you foul to get up there and make that spare.
Very frustrating. You can tell he was not pleased.
The 10 pins are a little heavier. They look a little bigger.
Farber was working on a strike there. That was a 7th frame shot.
Champion's got 132 in the 7th, so if Farber spares this up, he's going to have a 3-pin lead.
Wells crosses over and leaves an unusual split. And we're dealing with split city here. So this is the 10th frame for Wells. Unable to convert. .202 for Mary. Sotomasto gets 1. And that leaves him with 165 in the 9th. On over to Sarah Locher, her 10th frame. She strikes, she can double, take a much as a 12-pin lead if she strikes out. Over to the U20 boys, Farber, 8th frame. Spare working. This is a close one.
Ring 10, good shot there.
Andrew, several changes that have happened recently in youth bowling. Of course, the new format and merger of tournaments here at the North Point Junior Gold, but also big change in the Pepsi tournament, moving from handicap to age-based scratch divisions. What do you think about that change? Obviously, you support it as USBC president, but it's people have lots of opinions, but it's a real interesting shift for bowling.
Well, it's a very bold move, first of all. But, I think that long term this is going to benefit us and it's going to benefit the sport. I mean, if you take a look out here at how many youth are competing in this tournament, and we've got the different age divisions and we got the U15 and the U20, the idea is to put us more in line with more mainstream sports where there's a high level of youth participation, and we're hoping to build a new culture, I guess, around youth bowling. There's a lot of kids that really want to be able to improve, and we want them to have a chance to improve in a handicap-free environment and see where it goes. And I think long term it's going to be great.
There's been certainly some concern of whether or not just sort of the handicap structure is really in line with what successful mainstream youth sports do, and that's kind of the change, is that it's not necessarily about making everybody equal, but about having people of equal ages and kind of physical stature be able to play on the same playing field, and that's what youth athletics is all about. You don't give one little league team because they happen to perhaps not have as much talent and an extra 5 runs on the board each game. You learn, and that card deck maybe gets reshuffled for next year's team.
Yeah. And I can tell you, certainly, I mean, my personal experience with that, when I was 12, I bowled against kids that were 6 to 8 years older than me, and competed against them at a high level, and it was really about ability. It was about trying to get in there and bowl with the best and improve and try to beat the best. Hopefully we bring that out as we go forward with this.
So as our first games are wrapping up here, once again, if you're just joining us, the format, we are in bracket style match play eliminations. 2-game total pinfall determines who advances, and in this case we are all contenders brackets, losers brackets if you prefer that term, round, so it's win or go home. We have in our U20 division that you're seeing between Matthew Farber and Colin Champion, still not yet concluded with that game. Our U14 girls through 1, it's Boyle with a 21-pin lead over Newham. Next door in the U15 boys, Sodermasto has a 21-pin lead after game 1. And in U20, it's Loker plus 12 over Wells with 1 game done. So some close contest, no runaways thus far, so we could end up seeing some tight pressure shots down at the end as we head towards the latter part of game number 2.
You see these close games and you start to see the value of not only making spares in this day where 7, 8, and 9 baggers seem to win quite a few tournaments. You see the value of spares in close matches like this in a bracket where you only have 2 games. 12 pins. Loker's lead is 12 pins. Well, you miss a spare, that's 11 pins. See the value of getting every single pin you can, making all the spares you can, keeping the ball in play. The game is not always about who can throw the 7-bagger.
10th frame for Farber.
Oh, nice break.
Building on a strike in the 9th. Gets the carry.
And if you caught it earlier, but Champion made a clutch split in the 9th frame, made the 3, 4, 6, 7 to keep it close.
And Farber building a bit of a lead in that one, but that was an important spare conversion for Champion, so it stays in reach. Now this match play competition, too, an important experience builder for those members that'll be on Junior Team USA. We've seen it several times that while the United States may not always be the top qualifier in international events. There are a lot of really fantastic national teams that we go up against. Get into match play. This is an area where the United States experience tends to really help.
And as these kids, a lot of these kids, as they go through high school and college and start bowling for some of the programs in the country, this clutch experience comes in handy. You know, back when the Megabuck tournaments were a little bit bigger, it was really, really interesting to see how many of the collegiate men particularly, how they did in the Megabuck tournaments, because they had the clutch experience from bowling in college. You know, they knew how to get up in the 10th, and it's not only getting up in the 10th and throwing a clutch shot for you, but for your entire team. And this, you know, we could debate all day long whether this is the best format or whether total pins is the best format, but there's no question that this type of environment creates well-rounded players.
That's what they'll be facing in their future competition, so building that experience level is certainly has some value, and I think it's been demonstrated this year by the fact that Junior Team USA took home both of the team gold medals at the World Championships. So here's Colin Champion now on the 10th frame. Farber shot 203. Champion's max score is 191. First shot here in the 10th. And he ends up with a washout. So Farber will have a reasonable advantage heading into the next game. If you're just joining us, round 3 is what you're watching here at the North Point Junior Gold Championships. All elimination matches here in front of us. Mary Wells and Sarah Locher in the U20 contest. Wells' 4th frame leads the 4-pin. She's gone with 3 spares, has yet to be able to quite find her range, while Locher out fast 3-bagger and a spare. So Mary Wells needs to find a line quickly or she's going to be in trouble. Over to the U15 girls. Haley Boyle, light mixer, carries in the 7th.
Gives her 108 in the 6th, so with Newham getting up, if she strikes, that'll give Boyle a 2-pin lead.
So Boyle coming into this with 21-pin lead, so it's not out of reach, but Jordan needs to start striking or she's going to begin running out of frames. See what she's got here in the 7th. It's a good shot.
That's how you stay in it. It's always nice to show your opponent, I'm still here.
Yep. Well, and how often do you see it in match play? It just takes a couple of things to go wrong in the last couple of frames and the window can be open. Can't put 2 together, but does stay out of trouble. Over to Sarah Locher on the U20 girls. 5th frame, she's working on a spare.
You know, these individual matches, it's really fascinating to me. It's really almost an art when you watch the players out here, especially the younger players that you know, they may or may not know that they're doing it yet, but as they start to develop, you realize in a 2-game match, you know, first you got to figure out how to get to the pocket, how to keep the ball in play, and how to strike. But more importantly, you do need to be aware of what your opponent's doing, and you know, you need to know when to apply a little more pressure and try to get into that zone where you put the match away, and that's what we're starting to see towards the end of some of these matches now.
First frame now for Champion. Farber opened with a spare in game number 2. On the U15 boys contest, Sotomasto in somewhat control of the contest, as Donnie Turner has been having luck like that.
Well,
bad luck.
He is
he's
struggling
gone
with
split and a couple of washouts. So, afraid his run likely to come to an end, as he is only sitting at 53 in the 5th right now.
Wells gets her first strike of the game. 6th frame, she's got 95 in the 5th.
So she's down about 30 or so, 30 and change. Gonna need to start putting them together a little bit.
Champion just left a very interesting 2-4-7.
See what Wells has here in the 7th frame. Light hit does not get the 7-pin out, so unable to string a couple together. Jordan Newham misses left, leaves the 5-pin.
She trails by 2 in this game, 21 overall.
So Ramasto slaps it out, and he's getting excited as he sees he's safe to move on to another round. And that might be about all she wrote for the Newham-Boyle match. That makes it more or less a 30-plus pin deficit, with Jordan Newham only has the 10th frame remaining. So that match essentially over. Haley Boyle will advance. So drastically different pace of play here. The U20 boys are really taking their time, almost, I don't want to say inappropriately slow. The players were all advised to keep up their pace of play, just in the interest so that you don't end up with some players having a big lag in between their contests, etc. But we've got where, Jordan Newham for the U15 girls is finished up already, and over for the, looks like they're maybe having a little bit of a mechanical problem, so I could give them had to have a respot, give a little bit of a pass to the U20 boys, but they're taking their time.
Okay, guys are so, we like lane courtesy. We like to think about it a little bit longer. It happens out there.
Enjoying the moment. Also want to take a moment to thank our partners at the Yes Fund. You've seen run across those brands in the commercial that we've run. The Yes Fund, joint partnership in the bowling industry to help the betterment of youth bowling, and certainly hope that as you start your leagues here in the fall, as you're looking to purchase equipment, be sure to support those Yes Fund brands for all the support that they give for youth bowling. Also want to thank all of our USBC members that are watching. Bowl TV is only made possible by USBC membership. And when you bowl a league, make sure that it is a USBC certified league. If it is not USBC certified, it doesn't count. So Mary Wells in the 9th. It's a lot of fun, Andrew, to get to see these young bowlers and then get to watch them move on up to the college level. That's been so gratifying in the last few years to be able to see the development in high school and collegiate bowling. See more and more programs coming online every year, and greater opportunities and just more demand, I think, for teenagers as they move on to pursue higher education, that they want to be a part of college bowling too and continue to experience the thrill of the top level competition.
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing. I think a long time ago, a lot of the ideas behind this tournament and others were to start the inception of Junior Team USA was to start a feeder system for the adult team, and as that has grown, we see now. Now we have the USBC, we have the Youth Open. You've got I don't even know the exact number of collegiate programs that are out there now, but you know, a lot more scholarship opportunities and a lot of the high school opportunities, and even beyond that, you know, into middle school and younger. But we're starting to see a development program take shape for a lot of these kids, and I think that's a testament to why you see a lot of these under 15 kids that are pretty good.
Sarah Locher with a spare in the ninth. She's essentially locked it up. The U20 boys match, the only one that is in doubt at this stage. Locher is going to defeat Wells in the U20. And although the U15 boys has somewhat become a little bit more interesting, as Donnie Turner has all of a sudden gone from disaster in the fifth frame to stringing together several straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He just forced Sotomayor to get a mark here in the 10th.
Yeah, so Turner can shoot 203, and he was down 21 coming into this. So as you mentioned, with an incredible run, coming back from what looked like the depths of defeat.
Tell you, that's impressive.
What does Sotomayor need? He needs mark?
He needs a mark.
So it looked like it was over, and all of a sudden a little bit of pressure.
The 8 count for 201
Donnie Turner,
just enough to force him a mark.
Congratulations to Donnie Turner for really a great showing and kind of a never-say-die attitude regardless of what happens. And we'll see what Brandon Sotomayor does here with this unexpected pressure. Oh my.
And we just saw that converted over here on in the U20 match. It's makeable, but he has to make this to win.
Oh my goodness, this would be an epic comeback by Donnie Turner. Must have conversion. And it doesn't happen.
Wow.
Wow, what a amazing turn of events. 201 to 176. 25 pins difference, and Donnie Turner wins the contest.
I tell you what, that right there,
out of nowhere,
that is why you never give up.
Donnie Turner went split strike, open, 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 and then rattled off 6 straight to sneak back in and advance.
You know, he did exactly what he needed to do. I know it sounds simple, but you know, when you're only down 21, that's why you got to give it everything you got to the very end. You never know the kind of mistake your opponent might make.
And that is a great example, and that's something that, you know, I would guess he will certainly always remember that contest to never give up. So back over to our U20 boys, the only one that's still going. Farber with a strike in the 5th.
That's what I like to call the parlay for the double.
So Farber has a 38-pin lead after game 1. The champion not really making any move to put pressure on him. He's gone spare, spare, strike, and then a split. So champion got to get something going, and that's not the way to do it. So once again, if you're just with us, we're in round 3 here of the match play competition. Elimination matches here in the losers/contenders bracket. We'll have coverage for you here on Bowl TV throughout the entire day. Find out who takes home the North Point Junior Gold Championship and see who earned spots on Junior Team USA. I don't know if we have
might have a ball change.
A ball change or something that, like Colin Champion left the settee area. I don't know if he went to go and look for something different or what the delay is, but it's the only contest that's still going, so we will wait. Once again, Jason Overstreet with you, along with Andrew Kane, USBC president, former Team USA member. You still getting to bowl as many events as you'd like to? I know that you're frequently a regular on the tour for a while. You planning on bowling the World Series?
Yeah, I do plan on bowling the World Series, and depending on how my time shakes out, I might give team trials a go again this year. We'll see. I'm kind of getting to the point where I miss it a little bit. I haven't bowled team trials in a couple of years, and it's been 7 years now since I was on Team USA. I miss it. I mean, being in this environment, watching all these kids bowl out here really gets you energized.
It's hard to duplicate as much as, I mean, I know that you recently bowled the Open Championships in Baton Rouge, did well again out there. It's not the same, though, as this kind of an environment or what you certainly get on Team USA.
No, Team USA is a completely different animal. And we won at the Open Championships as a team. We won team all events, of course, but Team USA is just an indescribable feeling. There really is nothing in the sport that can duplicate that. You can win however many titles you want on tour, or go out and win any other tournament, but being a part of that team, even if it's for a year, is that's the greatest. That is the best.
We've had a couple of the junior team members on as well talking about that, and they've also said that since of course, they don't have reference from before, but now with the ITRC having been built, the International Training and Research Center, which is the training home for Team USA in Arlington, Texas, that being able to go and participate in that, even if you don't get selected to compete in anything, is just an experience that is hard to define.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a fantastic facility. Well, I'm jealous.
Could probably get you in for some practice time.
Yeah, maybe. Get me hooked up with the motion equipment and the tracking and whatnot.
Coach Rod Ross, Kim Terrell Kearney, and Brian O'Keefe, the staff out there, really do a remarkable job. The technology that's available, not to mention the coaching minds, is really second to none. The United States, in fact, is involved in assisting other federations around the world in building training facilities, looking to try to be able to elevate what is out there in terms of evaluation tools for other programs, feeling like that could be a big part of us getting into the Olympics at some time. If we can bring other countries along, the bigger that bowling is around the world, the better it is for all of us.
Yeah, and we've seen, in particular in South America, a long time ago when I first started in this program, there was a big push to help some of our neighbors down south get better equipment, get better coaching, better training. We have a lot of coaches that do go down there that work with their national teams these days, and we've always been pretty successful in our own American zone here, but the competition's getting more fierce. Worldwide, everybody's starting to learn a little bit more, and it really is an international community of bowling now, and it's great. That's great for the sport. It's fantastic for the sport.
Farber almost just made it an amazing spare conversion, bounced it back out from the back, but was not able to take care of it. 118 in the 7th now for Matt Farber. He's still in control of this contest. Champion struck in the 6th, but Farber with,
as we just saw,
a sizable lead. You never know. This was actually not all that different from the situation that we saw Downey Turner come back from. So we'll see if Colin Champion has a string in him and can put some pressure on Matt Farber. 7th frame shot here. That's a double, so it's a big shot.
They don't always have to be high flush to give you a little momentum to get back in a match.
Oh, exactly.
think that's one of the interesting things about this game. You know, everybody wants to see perfect shots, perfect strikes, 10 straight back. You want them to be perfect, but they don't have to be perfect. That's the beauty of it. You've got to get them close, get a little momentum so you can throw great shots.
8th frame now. 3 in a row.
Like that.
Colin Champion. So perhaps,
just like that.
Perhaps a move to make things a little bit more interesting. It's like roughly, what, 30-pin deficit or so?
Right now it's sitting at 22. Champions on the triple, and Farber with 118 in the 7th.
Oh, Matt Farber with the response. And again, Farber with a 38-pin lead after game 1. And he may need every bit of it if Colin Champion keeps striking.
Well, he's still in control. I mean, the important thing here is he doesn't get to finish first, but this is one of those interesting points in a match that's really hard to describe for people that are watching. But, you know, Farber can strike out and win this match no matter what. But Champion's going to get the opportunity to get up and strike first to put all the pressure on him, and that's where you want to be. You want to have an opportunity.
Big 9th frame shot here for Farber. And, oh, he lost it out to the right badly. That would have put it away.
Yeah, he's still in control. With his 38 pins, Champion can only shoot 224, and Farber can still bowl 188. So he's still got a 2-pin advantage, even if both of them strike out.
Gotta make this spare, which is no gimme. Well done.
I like that strategy, going at it from the left side. A lot less opportunity to miss it.
So now Colin Champion with a situation somewhat reminiscent of what we saw in the U15s with Donnie Turner. Trying to put some pressure and make Farber deliver in the 10th. Champion has thrown the last 3. He is up on the approach in the 9th now. Got to have this one though, right?
Yep.
Bit light and
yeah, that lane's, tell you, that was the key shot. That lane has been difficult. He's struggled on that lane the last few frames and got away with that strike in the 7th, but just a little bit firmer, a little faster on that one. It happens when you're amped up and you're in position. You want it that badly, and it's easy to overthrow it.
And then misses the spare, so we'll end Colin Champion's run here at North Point Junior Gold Championships, but certainly has done well. A lot to be proud of. And really all of the players that make it to this stage are the cream of the crop. So Colin will head back to Florida with a sizable scholarship and a lot to be proud of.
It's, you know, it's at this stage of their lives, it's gonna sting for a couple days, and it's gonna hurt, and it's gonna be hard to make sense of it. But you know, I think the majority of kids that bowl this that don't make the team or don't win, eventually they're going to realize how much better this experience has made them. I mean, that's really what it's all about, is getting better for the future. You know, you're constantly striving to improve and do a little better next time, and you know, hopefully they learn from the experience. I know I had a hard time doing it when I was bowling this.
It's the hard thing about these type of events. There's only one person that goes home with a title and just a few of those spots on Junior Team USA, and there's so many good bowlers out here.
I have to, you know, funny, I have to give a quick shout out to Rick Benoit, because when he was when I was with Brunswick and I was on tour, he was my ball rep, and he made a comment every week. You know, Even if the guys had a good week, he said, I feel bad at the end of every week because I'm only happy because one guy wins and the rest of my guys are frustrated.
Right.
You know, and that's what it is. That's the tough part of it. Harder to be a coach sometimes than as a player.
Well, and you know, we talk so much about the kids and everything that they experience out here, but parents, I mean, boy, it's quite a roller coaster for them out here. I mean, of course, everybody emotionally lives through their children. You know, some to more extremes than others, but everyone wants to see their child succeed and have positive experiences. And you know, the commitment of the parents here, we can't thank our parents enough that come out to support this event as well. You know, it requires a good amount of time commitment, of course, to bowl the event and investment in the travel expenses, but I think the development that you see in these young athletes maturing over time is just so gratifying.
Absolutely. You know, I certainly couldn't thank my parents enough for all the time and the money and the effort they put into getting me into these events. And I couldn't count the number of hours we spent in a car, on an airplane, or, you know, lugging equipment around and spending 11 hours with a crossword puzzle and a soda in a bowling center.
Well, and
watching.
And I'm sure you think about it often. I mean, of course, being in bowling is a big part of what you do. But, you know, how much of a difference has that made for you in your professional life, all the lessons that you learned from being in competitive bowling?
Immeasurable. I couldn't even begin to tell you how much of a difference it made. But like I said, you have to learn from the experience. You do have to pay attention. You have to remember it, and you have to let it become a part of you, because if you don't, it's really wasted opportunity. It's golden opportunity for so many people here to have the chance just to come here and compete. And so, you know, this is it's cliche. It's like the gateway to success. You know, it's not just making that team, but this is a golden opportunity for everybody here.
Well, we've been visiting with USBC President Andrew Kane as we've wrapped up the round, and now this competition has concluded. I hope that we'll be able to have you on for more of the broadcast throughout the day if your schedule allows, but we certainly appreciate your sitting in and giving both your expert bowling commentary and also just some of your insights on the state of youth bowling.
I appreciate it. Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, hopefully I can come back and visit before we're done today.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome to be with us anytime. Andrew Kane, USBC President. We are going to take a break now as we await the start of the next round and give you a quick message from our friends at the Yes Fund, and we'll be back shortly, so please stick around with us as we'll have round 4 coming up shortly, live from Indianapolis here at the North Pointe Junior Gold Championships.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Pointe, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
It started a couple years ago, and I knew I needed an extra challenge. League was fun, but it wasn't preparing me for my weekend tournaments, and when I traveled, I felt unprepared. So I wanted to get into the sport bowling to really challenge myself and hone my skills, so that I went to, like I said, a tournament. I was prepared and ready to bowl.
Obviously, when you first start, it's a little bit frustrating. Your average takes a dive a little bit, but if you stick with it, for people who may want to give this a try, sticking with it does help.
Absolutely. You just gotta, take your lumps and expect not to average 220 like you do on your league night, and say, it's okay averaging 180, 190 and getting up into the 200s, and you feel like you've accomplished something averaging 200 on a sport pattern.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
I still can't. just want to learn good bowling more. So people get attention. No, the Mexican guy went away. My basketball shot. Oh, I think it was right Tyler. That's my normal body move. My body makes you super active. It's wrong. That's why I have back problems. It's ridiculous. You want to know what I do have good for you?
Athletes are 5 minutes of practice out is over. Please reset your lanes back to the first bowl. And when your arrows come up, you can bowl the score. Good luck on bowling.
Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. I'm Lucas Wiseman, along with USBC President Andrew Kane, as we get started with the fourth round of matches here at Junior Gold. We've got 4 more matches for you, and one in each division. Schenck versus Martin in the U15 boys. There's Schenck right there. And we also have in the U20 girls, Danielle McEwen versus Sarah Locher. Danielle McEwen up on the approach right now. Danielle earned a spot on Junior Team USA for 2013 last night by finishing second in qualifying. We also have a U20 match in the boys division between Joey Copera and Neil Cooley. Copera there shooting the 6'10". And our final match in the U15 girls is Berman versus Boyle here on this 38-foot Atlanta pattern, although the pattern has presumably broken down a little bit over the last 3 rounds. 3 rounds of competition with practice in between each round. And this round 4, so players having to deal with a little bit of transition, I would guess, Andrew.
Oh, yes. I think we're starting to see it here. I'm really interested to see 31-2 what happens in the under 20 match, the boys match, because that pair hasn't looked very fun the last couple of rounds.
You can find the brackets on bowl.com/juniorgold. These are all, I believe, elimination matches that are in front of us. And there are some winners bracket matches that are going on across the house as well. And you can find all the bracket information on bowl.com/juniorgold. Just click on the 2012 results link for that. Here's Neil Cooley, one of the bowlers who shot 300 this week. And he's not going to shoot 300 this game, but a couple of spares to start for Cooley. We've got 2 games total pinfall to determine the winners of these matches here in match play, double elimination. And all these players have 1 loss. Well, I take that back. There is 1 winners bracket match, and it's this one, Schenck versus Martin in the U15 boys.
I'm familiar with Cortez. He's from Phoenix, and I haven't seen him in a few months. I think he's grown about 3 feet, so it's kind of fun to watch him bowl.
Berman with a spare after starting with an open.
I think she got some of the jitters out. It's time to get down to work.
Berman in the 3rd. They are even so far because both players have an open.
There's the first strike of the match.
No strikes yet in our U20 boys match or U20 girls match. McEwen still not on the board with a strike here through a couple of frames. This is round 4 of match play. If you're looking at the brackets at home, round 5 will be coming up next, and then there will be a break for a re-oil between rounds 5 and round 6. McEwen just last month was in Thailand bowling for Junior Team USA at the World Youth Championships and misses the spare there. Brought home the team gold medal for the Junior Team USA girls.
sure you guys have mentioned it over the past little while, but quite an impressive accomplishment that the U.S. now holds the reigning champions in all the team events for men, women, and youth. So.
Yeah, very impressive accomplishment, to say the least, and I'm not sure that's ever happened before for any country. Neal with a strike in the third, so both players strike. Neal with a slight one-pin lead very early on. McEwen's missed makeable spare puts her behind by 11 against Locker, or Loker, I should say, but she gets a strike. Cooley puts together a double and extends the lead to 11. Andrew, how important is it to get off to a good start in these two-game matches? It's kind of a short format match, so I would guess getting off to a good start is pretty important.
Yeah, you know, it's like a sprint, and what we saw before is it's pretty easy to come back and lose a lead, but you definitely want to get out to as good a start as possible, if anything, to put pressure on your opponent, just to make them really feel it. That they don't have a lot of time to get back in the game. It puts a premium on shots. You know, every shot that everybody throws out here is extremely important. You can't afford to execute poorly, and more importantly, you cannot afford to give away pins and miss spares.
We've already seen a couple of missed makeable spares so far in this round. Right now, Browerman's up by 13 on Boyle. The U15 girls match. Sarah leaves the 7 pin, so she's yet to strike here, still has the lead. Here's Alex Martin in the 5th, working on 3 in a row. Crossing over.
Oh, gets the 4-bagger out of it. I think we might see a high-scoring match over there.
Yeah, it's so far the highest scoring of our 4 featured matches is the U15 boys. Again, we're going to have live coverage for you all day until we know the champions in all 4 divisions. This is round 4. There's a maximum of 9 rounds possible. That round 9 is an if necessary round. Chances are it probably will be necessary for at least one of the divisions. McEwen tickles that 9 pin a little bit, but doesn't go down. She still trails by 9 with the spare.
Well, it makes for a long day, you know. It's just like very similar to the Masters format, except it's only 2 games. But well, if you get into that loser's bracket early, it can be a very long day.
For sure, and with no real quote-unquote lunch break today. If you lost in the first round today, you bowl every round the rest of the way. If you're in the loser's bracket. And Danielle McEwen is having a rough go of it in terms of makeable spares. Can't miss makeable spares in 2-game matches. I mean, that's just kind of the bottom line. You can't afford to do it.
2 spares in 4 frames. She's put herself in a 21-pin hole. And Sarah Loker has yet to strike. Cortez with a big double on 28 over there. Alex Martin open, missed a spare in the 6th frame. Puts Cortez right back in the match.
McEwen trying to get back on it here. Gets the strike, a little light hit carries. Cooley and Capera are tied after 5 frames. Lanes are looking pretty tough out there right now, Andrew.
They're starting to transition quite a bit. I mean, it looks like, you know, for the boys, it's well, you know, we always say that the girls always play the lane smarter than the guys do. You know, and as they start to transition here a little bit more and the lanes sit a little bit longer, you can definitely see how it's easy to leave the big splits. Every shot's an adventure.
They may welcome the re-oil at the end of the next round.
Yeah. I think they will.
Have a little bit more consistent look, perhaps.
It's always tough to, there's always the challenge. Of course, I'm left-handed, so
it's always fresh for you.
It's always fresh for me.
Although there were a lot of lefties in the tournament this year.
Yeah.
Especially in qualifying, walking through. A lot of lefties and a lot of two-handers out there. And even some lefty two-handers.
Those are rare, let me tell you.
Yeah, exactly. They are hard to find. There are a few out there. McEwen. This right lane is killing her.
There, she got a little break there. Got the weak 10 out.
Most importantly, she doesn't have to shoot a spare. Hasn't made a spare on that right lane yet this game.
Takes some of the pressure off.
Yeah. She really needed it, though. She's still down 21. Here is Capera, who likes to jump a lot when he strikes. You see the little hop, skip, and a jump.
He's getting his workout in.
Yeah, that's a double, and he leads by 24 pins. I'd say that's hop-worthy. Always good to see the kids getting excited. They're bowling well. But at the same time, you got to try to keep some of that emotion in check. You don't want to get too let the emotions run rampant on you.
That's really important. I mean, now's the time if you're gonna get emotional. It's in these matches, but at the same time, these being the losers bracket matches, you got a long day ahead of you, and you still have to pace yourself a little bit to make sure that you got enough energy to get through the day. But I see it a lot of times. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I think it's great when people get excited when they bowl. But when you're settling in for a long qualifying format, you've just got to keep it in perspective. Sometimes you burn all that energy off and all that emotion in the first few frames, and it's tough to keep that pace up the rest of the day.
Yeah, you got to pick your moments when you want to unleash.
Just like any other sport, you want to peak. You have to peak at the right time. You peak at the right time, you win.
Here's Cooley in the 8th. He's starting to fall behind a little bit here. He cannot get in the pocket.
Yeah, he's having a little trouble. I mean, he's a little bit firmer than Capera is. But he went through the face for the 6-10 the last time he was on that left lane, and it looked like he just grabbed it and got it in a little bit. And now he's a little bit too firm. Not trusting it off his hand, and maybe feeling a little bit of pressure. I don't know.
Makes the spare. Sarah leaves the 2-pin. Still has the lead on McEwen. Over in our U15 girls match, it's not very close, unfortunately, for Boyle.
Yeah, she just had a bad break there, left to 5-7. It's 2 games, though. I mean, hopefully she can get some pins in the 10th and make it a match. But she's going to have to get something going pretty quickly.
Yeah, down 38 over there. Capera, kind of a half hop there. He knew that was trouble. 2-8-10. Just like that, Cooley will narrow the gap.
This is that point in the day with as much play as there is on the lanes where you start to see this look where you see a shot go through the face, then you see the 2-8-10, the back of the lane's getting tighter, the front of the lane's burning up, everybody's starting to open their angles up a little bit more. And sometimes you just, for a lot of kids out there, they don't know why yet. They don't know why the ball does that.
And that's where advantages come in for some of the players who've been on Junior Team USA in the past, because they kind of learn some of those skills from the coaching staff.
And the collegiate players especially get, in addition to just the Junior Team USA players, because the collegiate players bowl in an environment where they got 5 people on a team, 10 on a lane, or 10 on a pair, I'm sorry. And, they'll bowl 8 or 9 games in a day. And so they see lanes break down like nobody else ever does. and it becomes a natural environment for them to see the lane start to turn into this.
McEwen's now fired 5 strikes in a row and has taken a 13-pin lead, so that match is kind of turned over real quick.
It's turned into a pretty good match overall.
Sarah Locher with a 10-pin. She has not struck very much in this match, only one double in the middle of the match. Game, I should say, and oh no, a mental error there for Joey Capera as he misses the 10-pin. And Neil Cooley says, thank you very much. I will step up now and try to take advantage of that. Looks like Berman's going to have a 36-pin lead on Boyle after the first game.
That's a pretty good start.
Schenk is going to have a little bit of a lead on Martin as we watch Sarah continue to get 9.
You know, if you really break down these 2-game matches and you think about it, you know, anything 10 to 20 pins is very attainable. I'd feel more comfortable. Well, you know, I'd feel comfortable with a 60-pin lead. But if you got a 30 to 40-pin lead after game 1, the nice thing about that is if you don't let up, you can afford to make a mistake and still be in the match and still have control of the match.
Good shot by Cooley. He has a 1-pin lead now.
Cortez just missed the 1-2.
It was a fill, so it didn't hurt him too bad, but he's up by 7 on Martin after 1 game. Never fails when you're struggling to strike. You always get one on the fill. Sarah shoots 199, and she's going to trail in this one after the first game. 10th frame for Cooley, a chance to shoot 211 and guarantee himself a lead going into game 2. Nope.
Just couldn't get that one off his hand at the bottom. Usually 310.
McEwen working on 5 in a row. She loves those light hits, but that one doesn't carry. It leaves the 7. So she'll have a 14-pin lead if she fills the 10th with 20. Cooley trying to make the baby split. And he does get it done.
I'm jealous. The 2-7 for me, I think I make 1 in 20.
Yeah, it can be tough.
I think I make the 3-7 more often.
Those baby splits can be tricky. Not a lot of margin for error.
Oh.
Speaking of errors, there's a missed 7-pin. That is 3 missed makeables this game by Danielle McEwen. And instead of being up by double digits, she's ahead by 2. She gave away 30 pins that game and missed spares.
That's huge at this stage. She's going to have to regroup and focus to get in this, to keep that lead going into this next game. But
yeah, she can't believe it either. She's a little beside herself down there. But she's got to. I think the key is you can't dwell on what's happened in the past.
No, absolutely not. And especially not in this format. You really just have to, you're not bowling the whole field right now. You're bowling one person. So it's a matter of just keeping it together and just giving it everything you got to your opponent.
And put it in perspective, even though Danielle missed 3 spares, she's still up by 2. So it's not the end of the world.
As you see there, Sarah had a clean game.
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Ooh, that was a bad
little
break.
high 7-9 right there. It was high, but it wasn't that bad.
It always feels like it's never high enough to leave that,
Yeah.
But you see 2-pin lead, and Danielle had a 5-bagger. Sarah only had 1 double.
Right.
Bowled 199. And I think that's the perspective you really got to be aware of, is that it was a 2-pin match, and somebody had a 5-bagger, and the other person just made spares.
Shows you how important spares are.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that made the difference between 2-pin lead and a 30-pin lead.
Yep. Cooley shot 191, and Capera can fill for 190 here. So Cooley's going to have a slight lead Just a couple of pins going into game number 2, a 3-pin lead for Cooley.
Haley Boyle just missed a 7-pin. She's down 35 and then a little more this game.
Looks like McEwen has moved right and squared up a little bit. Leaves the 10.
Better strategy. That right lane's a little bit tighter. She's been light almost every shot on that lane, but
sometimes those light hits carry pretty good though.
Yeah.
She had a 5-bagger in there, so you hate to go away from the well when it's
that's
hitting.
right. Well, hopefully she's just thinking about execution though. I mean, you can't let it rattle you that you miss spares, and especially miss spares on that lane. You just got to. Every shot is different.
Well, we haven't had a lot of close matches on our featured pairs today, but we've got 3 close ones so far. And that was the best shot Neil Cooley's thrown this match.
I like his jersey too. You know, at Team USA, everybody used to trade shirts with the other countries. I feel like if I had an extra shirt, I'd trade him later. That's pretty cool.
In the tie-dye Minnesota shirt. Minnesota, eh? He had a penguin shirt yesterday.
That's pretty cool.
Had a penguin on the front of it.
I've got some cool ones at home that I found in a box that I'd saved.
Traded from other countries.
Yeah.
Copera with a split in the first. He's a very emotional young player. You can tell. He wears his emotions on his sleeve.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's fantastic.
Berman is taking it to Boyle over here in the U15 girls. Up 35 coming into this game, and just threw her 3rd consecutive strike. Well, Boyle has not struck this game and hasn't opened, so things looking real good for Berman to advance, even with 6 frames to go.
And she's got a little bit of a higher rev rate, and she's getting around just a little bit more. And you know, Boyle's attacking them pretty straight. And problem there is if Berman gets some strikes going, it's going to be hard for her to keep up. And I think we're going to see that continue this game.
Schenk with the 2-pin, and it's very close, about a 5-pin lead for Martin. 7 frames to go. Copera knocks around the 5-7-10 there a little bit.
I think he saved the jump just to make sure that didn't stand up.
We did see a 5-7-10 in practice for this round. Cortez Schenk left a 5-7-10, and everybody had a nice chuckle. So it's fun when it's in practice, not so funny when it's in competition.
No, not at all. It's amazing that everybody always seems to see those, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and now Cooley with a split on that right lane.
I think we're going to see a battle on that pair for the rest of this game. I really do. You know, neither one of them seems to be able to take advantage of the other, and the pair just doesn't look very forgiving for them right now.
Loker with almost a pocket 7-10 after a pocket 7-9 before, but 10 goes late. Schenk with a strike in the 4th. We're going to have some close finishes here, with the exception of our U15 girls match. Everything looking pretty close. I believe everybody who's left in the tournament is bowling this round, for those of you asking in the chat. Neil Cooley, 3rd frame here, and he still leads by 2 in the match with 8 frames to go. Fast 8.
Got that in just a little bit. That was not a bad shot.
3rd frame for Sarah. She is down in this match by 15 pins.
Scratching her head a little bit. Looks like she's starting to think about it. You know, that's the other important thing in these matches too. You really gotta, you know, you don't have to be stoic, but you gotta be. Sometimes you gotta be careful about what kind of emotions you show, especially if they're negative, because your opponent will feed off of that. You know, if your opponent sees you struggling, it's sometimes that's all the momentum and the help they need to execute good shots.
See what Copera does here in the 3rd, working on a strike. Wow, almost had that 5-pin rolling again. The ball reaction.
Same hit as he had on the left lane.
Suspect ball reaction, I would say, right there. And speaking of suspect ball reaction, Danielle McEwen, who's about to be up after we watch this shot from Alex Martin, Her ball reaction is not very good right now, but she's hitting the pocket.
Yes.
Which is that's half the battle. So she's not going to carry the 10 from those 3 10s in a row.
No, she moved that one over a couple inches too, but that was much better. I mean, she was softer, got around it a little bit more at the bottom, and lane 30's tight. I mean, if you see Sarah, Sarah went high flush on the left lane and then went through the face on the left lane. The third frame wasn't a very good shot for her, but she's having the same problems with the flat 10 on the right lane as Danielle is. So the good news is, I guess, when you're on the same side of the lane, if you're both right-handed or you're both left-handed, when you're seeing the same reaction, it's kind of comforting in a way.
Imagine at some point somebody's going to try to make a ball change, a move, something to try to get some strikes, and whoever does it first may have the advantage in that match.
Well, it's risk reward because you either take the risk to try to throw some strikes and take control of the match, or you end up doing it and you split and possibly cost yourself the match. So they're tough decisions. You don't have a lot of time. You got about 10 to 15 minutes to make that decision.
Yeah. And it goes by pretty quick.
Yep.
Compare with the baby split in the 4th. Trouble. Open frame. The U15 boys bowling pretty quick down there as Schenk leaves the 6 pin. They've got a very close match going on, and McEwen just got it to go high, which is kind of what you were talking about. That left lane is, left lane, it looks like it's hooking a little bit more than the right lane.
Cooley with the 7 pin. Almost split on that one, but Spare here is going to give him control of this match. Barman with a strike.
Yeah, she's in control. Looks like she's going to move on.
She's up 1 pin this game plus the 35 from last game. So
with only 2 frames left, so she's looking pretty solid. Keep an eye on it, though. Let you know if it gets interesting. But we've got 3 really close matches. McEwen missed that spare, by the way. I don't know if we saw it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, another missed makeable for her. That's 4 missed makeables in 14 frames. You can start to see some of the frustration setting in for some of these bowlers because the conditions look like they're very, very difficult.
Well, and I'll tell you what, the lane gets narrower and shorter, and the pins get heavier as the matches go on, and the shots get more important.
Yeah, that's the truth. Cooley sends that one wide. Oh, leaves just the 5.
I'd rather shoot that than the 2-5.
Yeah, 2-5, too easy to chop.
Yeah.
Sarah looking for a double. We have not seen a double yet this game. Yep, that's pretty good. And she took the risk. Well, things got a little more interesting in this Berman-Boyle match.
Well, they sure did, didn't they? I didn't see her miss that spare in the 9th frame. Berman missed she's got an 8 out up there, but if she spare strikes for 180, she shuts her out. But 3-6 isn't easy right now.
We got to keep an eye on all these matches. You never know when something's going to tighten up. Oh, I thought she was going to miss that right there.
Looked pretty close from here.
Wow. Thought it might be an open frame, but she's able to get it. Schenk threw a double to take the lead against Martin.
Bowman needs to get 8 here to shut this match out.
Sarah looking for 3 in a row. Got it. Quickly over to Berman. She gets 8.
Oh, just enough. We could have seen a tie if she had 7.
That's true. That is true. And Martin looking a little frustrated. He's kind of fallen behind here in the last couple of frames. Cooley.
This is where experience comes in. I mean, I know it's the U15 boys, but he's just got to keep it. Wow, that was a great shot.
Yeah, and Danielle McEwen's tournament life is flashing before her eyes right now. She's in big trouble.
But the U15s, a lot of these these guys are still getting some experience. You know, they're pretty new to this, and you know, can't let his emotions get the best of him. He's still in this match, very much in this match. He might not know it right now, but but he is.
Cooley up by 13, a chance to make it 23 with a strike here in the 7th. That's way right. No chance to hit the pocket. So here's Martin in the 9th. He's down by 9 at this stage. And Schenk's going to have a chance to step up and shut him out, win the match. And McEwen is in big trouble. She's down by 30 plus pins. Yeah, 30 pins is a deficit for McEwen as Schenk strikes again, and that is going to give him a chance to shut it out here in the 10th.
Yeah, he needs this first strike, I think, will take care of it for him.
So we look at McEwen, who is down 30 with 3 frames to go. And you know the difference in this match?
Spares.
Those 4 missed makeable spares. That's 44 pins or so right there.
She'd have a
She
lead
could have been in
right
the lead.
now.
Yeah, and she's going to be kicking herself if she does lose this match because of that. Schenk trying to close it out against Martin. And that should do it.
Wow. That was a great shot.
I think that one's pretty much over now. Yeah, it is. Just needs some count. McEwen strikes in the 8th.
Some of the U20s are going to have to watch out when some of the U15s move up in the next couple of years. Some of these kids are pretty good.
Well, that's going to just about do it for Sarah. I mean, she took what was virtually no ball reaction for either player and turned it into a 5-bagger.
Yeah, she can't miss now.
Kopera trying to hang in there after Cooley missed the spare in the 7th.
I think we're going to see some fun stuff the last couple frames here.
It's really close. It's, Cooley has a 3-pin lead with 2.5 frames to go. Sarah can absolutely shut it out with a strike here in the 9th. What a great ball change.
Wow.
Changes balls and throws a 6-bagger against one of the best junior players in the world, Danielle McEwen. What an impressive display by Sarah here.
Very much, and you know that's one way to win a match, and then the other one's what we got going on right here, the blow for blow all the way to the finish.
Here's Cooley in the 8th, crossing over. What an awful shot.
Wow. Yeah,
He would not be happy.
These guys are both feeling the pressure now, and I certainly don't blame them, but man.
So much on the line for these guys.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to make good shots. How would you shoot this? It's not very often a right-hander is shooting the 3-9 like this. Looks like he's got his spare ball out.
It sure does. I don't know if I would take that strategy to it, but you know,
who are we to judge?
But you know, I was going to say I certainly couldn't blame him based on you know, the reaction on his strike ball.
Yeah.
To know that you're not going to give it away by throwing your spare ball at it. You know, mentally it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Would I shoot it that way? Probably not, but
I guess
I'm sitting here talking to you right now, not bowling. So
I guess if you shoot it with the spare ball, you can control what it's going to do, and whereas if you try to hook it at a little bit,
and
a little inconsistent, you may not know what it's going to do.
And judging by the score of this match right now, I don't think either one of them is too confident in their ball reaction.
Neither of them are going to. I mean, real tough for either of them to shoot 200 this game. So that's a big shot here for Cooley in the 9th. He's still up by 3, but Kopera working on a strike in the 8th. So this would set Cooley up for the 10th. That's way right.
Made a ball change there and just didn't make a good shot.
Leaves the 1-2. And now with the count, it's a 1-pin match. And Kopera has a chance to step up in the 9th and 10th and win it. Cooley can be shut out. McEwen only finished at 169. She gets knocked out of the tournament.
Sarah just put up an incredible display this game. and just couldn't overcome it. Danielle just could not overcome that ball change she made. Wow.
Just piling it on now. That is 7 strikes in a row for Sarah Loker. And here's Joey Copera in the 9th. A strike here, and he takes the lead by 9. Crossing over. Doesn't get the 10 to go.
Well, that 3-10 lead that Cooley has is coming into play right about now.
Yeah, with the spare here for Joey.
It's a 1-pin game.
Yeah, he trails by 1 with 1 frame left. And with both players potentially working on spares, that just means Cooley, who's sitting on the bench, has to match whatever Copera does. Oh, he missed it.
Oh, no.
He missed it. Pulled it left. Open frame. Disaster.
Well, now he absolutely has to mark at a minimum, depending on what Cooley does. But I think a double is really crucial right here.
Got to overcome it, and he does. He gets the strike. Body language is not showing good things, though, right now for him. He still needs to regroup and get another one. It's not over yet, Joey.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we've seen a lot of strange leaves and splits and opens in this match. So anytime I think either one of these guys forces their opponent to get a mark, it's still up for grabs.
And I think if he strikes out here, he forces Cooley to mark.
Sure does.
Not a gimme. That's right. Yeah, no chance. And Cooley will just need count.
Yeah, let's see, 162. So Cooley needs 160.
And if he goes 8 out, that would be 158, right? So
it's not a gimme yet.
No. So 161 for Copera. That means that Cooley needs 159 for the win. So 9 out would be enough. But he has gotten 8 or less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times this game on his first ball.
This is one of those times where decision making comes in. You either try to do what you've been doing and strike, or you take a little gamble, try to throw the high hard one and get 8 or 9 out of it.
A 9's a winner. Anything less, we'll have a little drama. Throws it hard. Oh, wow.
Oh, that is one way to do it.
It looked like he just got up there and just chucked it at the head pin, He got lucky. Takes the strike, and it's a winner for Cooley. What a knockdown, drag out, back alley fight between these two.
The scores aren't pretty, but I think when you can watch that just frame by frame, there's some value there. You see the emotion. I mean, it doesn't matter what the score is. We saw that last month at the U.S. Women's Open. Sometimes it doesn't matter what the score is. It's what the score is relative to the person you're bowling against. And,
that's right.
They both had trouble with their ball reaction. They both had trouble, emotionally. They were fighting this pair, and sometimes it's whoever makes the least number of mistakes.
And Cooley survives with a 14-pin win over Copera and moves on in the contenders bracket.
That's why we call it the survivors bracket sometimes, right?
Exactly. All right, so we're going to wait for the next round to get started. It looks like there's a couple of matches still going on off in the distance, but we should get started. Usually they have about a 10-minute break after the last ball, so should be around 12:55 or so, I would guess, when we get started with the next round. So stick around, and we will be back after this break.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Pointe, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
Well, welcome back, live to Indianapolis. And we're just starting the next round of competition here. Looking at Megan Buja. She is taking... Yes, these are all contenders brackets. Buja and Carbonetto going at it in the U20. U15, Taylor Russell. Taking on Nicole McCallion. Bradley Krause. And Alex Martin in the U15. Well, we'll get another look at Neil Cooley in the U20s. And Neil's taking on Andrew Anderson. And once again, these are all elimination matches here that we're seeing in this round. I'm Jason Overstreet. Appreciate your being with us. USBC President Andrew Kane will be on the headset with me as well. Lucas Wiseman will be joining us in a little bit.
Thanks for letting me sit in here. Am I on now?
Pleasure to have you.
Yeah. I must be doing okay. You guys let me stay here or there. There's not a very long line for getting in the booth here. I've got Stu Upson, our executive director, sitting next to me, but he's content just watching right now. He's enjoying himself. Giving me advice, yeah.
Yes.
And taking notes for his next trip to the Open Championships.
That's right. Well, this is, of course, a major championship, so USBC leadership well represented here to show support for the biggest youth event in the country and to, of course, see who will be the next group to represent our country on Junior Team USA. For those of you who may be just joining us and may not be familiar with Andrew Kane's resume, he's three-time Team USA member, is that correct?
Three-time Team USA member, and I was on Junior Team USA for a year as well.
So also touring pro on the PBA Tour at one point, and so certainly somebody that can speak to the game well. Has bowled in this event back when he was a junior, and of course Andrew now our president of the United States Bowling Congress, responsible for the strategic direction of the organization and the sport. So very interesting perspective to have talking with us. We're glad you're able to spend the time.
Obviously appreciate you having me here. Thanks for putting the pressure on me there.
Well, you are kind of in charge, so it's not what are we going to do. Get out, President. So taking a focus on the action again, just underway here as we're getting started. Try to get a look at all four divisions here for everyone. And of course, as it gets closer down towards the end, we'll focus more on the scores in this U20 girls. Buja out with a couple of strikes and now looking to spare up, and Carbonetto has struggled with split. So Buja with a little bit of a lead in that one. Our U15 boys, it's Martin with a three-bagger out of the gate. Krause spare, and is now looking at needing to spare up in order to stay clean. And we saw Bradley was actually on a part of our first featured match, and he just really struggled, got run over, looked upset, and it is great to see him still in the game, still here in the tournament. Clearly he's found his balance, got his emotions under control, and, you know, still fighting.
If you're still bowling right now, you still got a little life left in you. So.
That's right. And McCallion's gone strike, spare, strike. Russell open, spare, strike, spare. So the U15 girls
it's going to be interesting seeing how they how some of them handle the transition. Obviously, we've been watching the same pairs the whole time, but to watch different people cross them and see what they experience, see what they, in most cases, doing what they tried to do on their last pair and seeing how consistent it is for them.
I see as our live numbers grow. Appreciate everybody joining us on Bowl TV. Encourage you to use that Twitter hashtag you see in the corner of your screen. Pound Junior Gold. Go out on Twitter and let everybody know that you're watching the National Championship of Youth Bowling and see who will be part of Junior Team USA. $250,000 in scholarship money here at the North Pointe Junior Gold Championships. Also encourage you to share the link to our Bowl TV YouTube channel on Facebook. Love to get as much attention as we can for this great event and these great bowlers. They certainly deserve it, and they are going to be having a day that they will remember for the rest of their lives and also helping advance their education at the same time. We saw Neil Cooley just managed to eke out a win in the last round. He was on our featured pair, trips the 4. We'll see how Neil responds. It can be tough, Andrew, when you go through an emotional win like that to then bounce back for the next one. It can take a lot out of you.
Well, and moreover, in his case right now, he's 5 frames in. He's already 40 pins down. So, it goes by quickly, but he's going to have to put all that aside and whatever he might be thinking about the last match and get to striking here.
So it looks like Libby Fletcher in the YouTube chat saying hello to us. Hello, Libby, USBC board member. We look forward to seeing you next year for this event coming to Libby's backyard. The Metro Detroit area will be hosting the North Pointe Junior Gold Championships and USBC Youth Open, and we hope there are many families and youth bowlers that have had a chance to watch our coverage and will decide to be a part of this event. We set a record with participation this year. We'll look to do even bigger numbers next year, and can't wait to do it all over again in 2013 in Detroit area.
This is exciting to watch. Obviously the big focus of our organization right now is on the youth. We serve all of our members, but really the youth are the future of our sport, because this is what drives it, and this is it's inspirational, not just for them to be here at this event and to see all the other kids that are just like them and compete for a national championship. But I think it can also be inspirational for everybody else to watch these kids. And this is the prime of their youth careers here. When they, some of them haven't gone to college yet, but they're just learning, and the world is new to them, and bowling is new to them, and this is really, really exciting. See this kind of energy.
See a lot of parents out providing coaching. It's been a big focus as well to look to try to get adult volunteers involved as coaches at the youth level. Something we want to have people consider taking a look at. If you click on the youth tab on bowl.com, there'll be a drop down, and one of the things there is the USA Bowling Coaching Program. There are clinics being run around the country looking to train youth volunteers on how to coach the basics of bowling. We want to get more people involved, because having parents and adults involved, none of these kids would be here if they didn't have coaches to help teach them the game.
Yeah. And tagging along on that, our RVP program, the Registered Volunteer Program that all of us are a part of, that our coaches are now going to have to be a part of. But it's important because these days there's a lot of concerns about safety for the kids, and that program is a big step in the right direction to safeguarding our children. Boy, I say our children like I'm getting old enough to say that without it sounding strange.
As president of the organization, there are a few 100,000 that are your children in a sense. So, checking out Neil Cooley in the 7th. Now Neil opened in the 6th. Goes a bit high there, and he's in kind of a hole, down 50 already, and so after that tight win to begin with, now Cooley's got some work to do to scrap back and get into this one.
We saw Nicole just miss the 3-pin there. It's going to hold her back to just a 12-pin lead. And, it was this very pair. The last match we saw a whole bunch of missed spares by Danielle McEwen, and it's you can't give them away.
No,
you just can't give them away right now.
It's the way that we've seen these pairs transition. It's been evident that strikes are going to be tough to come by. This is not turning into a high-scoring pattern in this center as the lanes transition. There were some higher scores to begin with on the fresh, but as it's been broken down, it's been a lot tougher to come by.
And as these kids get older and they develop and they learn how to bowl, you know, on more patterns against better players and older players, and eventually transition to the adults, you know, they're gonna start to understand why that happens. I think for a lot of them right now, you just don't get it when you're this age. Sometimes you don't understand why the lanes play the way they do, or why different pairs play the way they play, and it's just accumulated knowledge and learning that helps that.
That's why it's so important to be able to have the opportunity to try to bowl on tough conditions, be able to try some sport shots. It's sort of situation that you just can't replicate in a house shot.
Right. Absolutely.
I think that most of the kids, though, that make it to this point have that opportunity somehow, whether it's through high school, college, or really just a engaged center manager, proprietor that gives the opportunity to bowl on tough stuff at the house.
Yeah.
So Anderson doesn't look lined up on that shot either, but nevertheless, 56 pin lead.
I think that's the biggest lead I've seen since I've been sitting here for 3 matches now.
Yeah, so here's Russell. She strikes. She's down 18 in the U15 contest there. Bradley Krause. This one's fairly close. Bradley opened last frame, so he's down a few sticks and just fouled that notorious lane 31.
Well, it doesn't hurt him any. You know, he's coming off an open. You know, he had the 1-2-7 standing there. I think I'd rather shoot at the full rack than that spare. So,
glass half full.
Yep.
Nice looking shot there by Carbonetto. Now Carbonetto started slowly with 2 opens and then put together 4 straight. So she's got herself back on top in that contest with Megan Bouja. USBC's Star of Tomorrow, Megan Bouja, also a member of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore NCAA champions.
She's starting to build a nice little resume there.
She really has. She's only just finished her sophomore year at UMES and has really gotten a lot of great attention for herself. Easy to do that in a program that's consistently in contention for national titles. But she's not just a great bowler. I had a chance to see her resume, that Star for Tomorrow application. She is an unbelievable student. I want to say she was valedictorian in high school,
wow.
But if not, it's her record has very few blemishes, and she's continued that academic excellence into college, and
that's great.
That's what that Star of Tomorrow award is all about. Is not just the great bowlers, but future leaders. Russell gets a double, a strike there on the ninth. Puts a couple together and just got a little work to do to catch up. Back to Bouja.
A little half bucket she's got there, yeah.
Alex Martin. He strikes in the ninth. So it looks like Martin's going to take a little bit of a lead into game number 2. Still 10th frame ahead, but Krause did get the spare on after the foul. I don't know if we saw that on camera or not, but
yeah, it's going to be a close match regardless going into game 2, I think. You know, it looks like they're having the same struggles on this pair, though. You know, some strikes, but some ugly splits, too. It's the same thing we saw the last match with Neil Cooley and Capera. They both struggled on this pair.
now Carbonetto's had probably the most success of anybody on our featured pair, but
was unable to strike there in the ninth. That would have been a double.
Left herself a 2-8. Boy, any of those combination spares right now are difficult. You know, feeling the pressure of having to make great shots with just 2 games, but also, you know, when the lanes are starting to transition, those spares get difficult.
So Neil Cooley right now is just off the left side of your screen. That's why you haven't seen him walk into frame yet. That camera's stationary down a little ways from us, but he can't get the carry. Looks like the 5 that stayed?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say he is just not having fun down there at all.
No, it's just, it's too bad. You know, we saw him shoot 300 earlier in the week, and clearly a very talented player, but sometimes it's hard to see players that are that good and end up being in kind of such a frustrated place.
Yeah, it's hard when, you know, he struggled with his ball reaction and barely got out of the match before that, and now his opponent, you know, came out swinging at him. It's tough to get going, you know, and you lose a little bit of your momentum, and you're starting to get tired as the day goes on, and it's difficult. I mean, there's no question he's a great player. He's just got to regroup, and maybe hopefully he pops another 300 this game and get right back in it. You never
Anderson
know.
has a much better look. Forgive me if you already said the score, but you know, Cooley puts up a 147, and you know, Anderson's going to be 215 with a strike, so it's Anderson's solid, but really, I'm sure Neil would tell you that you can't expect to make it out of a match at this stage with a 140 on the board.
No, Neil's. I mean, with the score the way it is, the only chance right now that Neil's going to have is to just come out throwing some strikes and try to put a little pressure on him early.
Oh, how about that for a conversion?
Look at that.
Did have that on camera, so it was good that we got to see it. I wish I had my replay feature. I have to engage it before the shot, and didn't necessarily see that as even a possibility. So I guess I need to have more confidence. Great shot there, Bradley.
It's a very, very rare split to make. It's hard to do. It's hard to make it that way too.
Sure, everybody will want to go back and take a look at that on the recorded version. Andrew, I'm going to step out for a moment. Lucas is going to step in, and Lucas and Andrew will continue taking it through the action here for the rest of this match. Well, Andrew, did I miss anything exciting?
Yeah, you missed the 4-6-10 conversion on 931.
Wow, how about that? Don't see that every day. So we're just finishing up this first game of the match.
We've got a pretty big lead down there, Anderson and Cooley. Anderson's got a 66-pin lead.
Wow.
I don't know what the results are on pair 2. They're just putting scores in there.
Russell up 2 on McCallion. Looks like
Martin with a 3-pin lead over Kraus.
It's a pretty close one.
And Carbonetto's going to have about a 15-pin lead over Buja.
After this round, there's going to be a little bit of a break for the re-oil. But it won't be a very long break, I don't believe. They don't have that many pairs to do, because we're kind of whittling the field down very quickly. Megan Buja just shooting a fill ball here. She's going to be down 15, best case scenario, against Carbonetto.
It looks like she made a ball change, try something, maybe get a little different look. It's important to use your frames wisely out here.
Wow, Kraus leaves the 9-pin.
Oh.
Marshall Kent up 28 on Shepherd after the first game. Kraus with the spare in the first. Got a couple of close matches here. The one that's not very close is Anderson versus Cooley. Anderson up by 66 with 9.5 frames to go.
Yeah, unless Cooley gets out to, a big string of strikes, Anderson's just going to have to keep the ball in play and keep his emotions in check and put it in cruise control to get through this match.
Off to our left, Goodman leads Loker by 5 after the first game. So that Hansen up 7 on Walker. And 17-pin lead for Dupont versus, it's a little far away.
We don't have any binoculars here.
Yeah, we need binoculars. I think it's an under 15 girls match down there. Well, Duplan, yep. Has a 17-pin lead after the first game. Greek Church got half the pins down on that shot. Never good when you get half. You usually want to try to get more than 50% of the pins down on your first shot.
Yeah, at least he's on a strike, but those are definitely not the 5 pins you want to be shooting on the spare.
Yeah, anytime there are 5 pins still left, it's usually a difficult spare to make. Doesn't really matter what it is.
But given it's a 3-pin match, you want to try to get 3 here. Or 4, maybe.
Yeah, he got 3 of them. We watch Buja leave the 3-pin in the second. She's down 15 against Carbonetto. Brackets available on bowl.com/juniorgold. Good shot by Russell, or by McKalen.
Great shot.
Russell with an open in the first frame in that match.
That was the tough lane in the match before. That right lane gave both the girls some problems. So anytime you get out of that lane with a strike, you're doing pretty well right now.
Oh, rolls the 2. Does Kraus. In the second frame. He's got the lead now after Martin had that open. And if you're on Twitter, you notice the hashtag we've got in the top right corner of the screen, #JuniorGold. So be sure to tweet using that hashtag. Let everybody know you're watching live bowling here on Bowl TV. Are you on Twitter, Andrew? I think you have an account, but I don't know if you use it very often.
I don't use it very often, no. Should I go in there?
You should start using it. Yeah, you should use it more often. Words of wisdom from the USBC president.
I get too much between that and Facebook and Foursquare. Twitter ranks. Twitter falls into 3rd.
There's so many things to keep track of, aren't there?
Yes.
Jason had a good line the other day. He said, make sure your league is certified by USBC. If it's not a USBC certified league, it might as well be skee ball because it doesn't count for anything. I don't think there's any certified skee ball competition out there.
No. I still want to know how to.
That's about it.
Well, I still need to know how to get the 10,000 or the 100,000 in the upper corner.
Yeah.
I've seen people that have a trick for that, and I don't know.
I'm pretty good at it on the iPhone, but that's about it.
I throw a backup ball at skee ball. I bounce it off the. I use the bumpers in skee ball.
Martin is struggling here all of a sudden. He's got back-to-back opens, while Kraus has gone spare double to start this game, and it has flipped in Kraus's favor significantly. Marshall Kent left his pocket 7-10 against Shepherd down there.
Yeah, he's giving away a little bit of that 28-pin lead down there.
Yeah, it's actually gotten real close down there, and in fact, it's He actually trails now against Shepard.
Yeah, if Shepard gets a double here, he's going to be down. Gonna be down a few.
Yeah, he's down 4, and Shepard can double to go up 6. Keep an eye on that. Let you know how that progresses. I know we got a lot of folks who like to follow Marshall Kent out there. He's probably the biggest name in youth bowling right now. And Shepard did not get the double. Left the 4-pin. Megan Buja, third frame, trailing by 14. Now trailing by 15 again.
I think that was the ball that she tried on her fill shot. It's a little bit closer, but
Kraus with a 6-pin in the 4th. That was on a double. He has made up a lot of ground here. He leads by 31 in the match. Our U20 boys match, not very close. Looks like Anderson's going to knock out Cooley. Although Anderson just left a split. He's got a pretty sizable lead, though. It's up more than 50 or so, 55 pins, even with an open.
Let's see, if Cooley strikes out, he can shoot 245. Yeah, I mean, Anderson's going to have to put up less than 180. Oh, in that right lane for Russell, that right lane continues to be very, very difficult to strike on.
Washout for Megan. Kent leads by 4 against Shepard. You can see him off way in the distance. He just struck in the 7th. They have 3 frames to go in that match. Oh, nice washout
good
conversion.
shot.
What a spare. Pretty much save her chances there in this match. You can't afford any opens down the stretch here.
I always feel like
trailing.
I always feel like making a washout in a situation like this. There are a few things that feel more gratifying when you struggle and you make a shot, because usually the washout's not a terribly good shot, but to convert feels like
getting a double.
It's like it's like redemption. Making big splits are fun, but.
Carbonetto with a strike in the 4th. She's
not fazed by that washout conversion.
It's not giving her anything back. Marshall Kent just spared in the 8th, and Shepard's going to have a chance to take the lead if he strikes for a double in the 8th. Keep you posted. Cooley. It looks like he's just having some fun out there now. He's done.
Yeah, I think that match is pretty well wrapped up at this point. But he's smiling.
He is. He's had a good tournament. Pulled a 300. People are going to remember for a while, and made a nice run. And now it's 7-10 for Martin. He is wheels kind of falling off this game for him.
Yeah, he's left a 7-10 in the Greek church on that lane. Maybe he'll bounce it out. Let's see here. I've seen one other split made on this lane. You never know.
Well, got to head in the right direction, but
yeah.
Shepard did not get the double. He left a 3-6-10. So still a Marshall Kent lead by 4 pins going into the 9th frame. Buja shooting a 2-4-5. Carbonetto tossed the double at her, and Megan is in a little bit of trouble down there. And Kraus just threw it in the channel. That's what I like to call a gutter duster. Fortunately for him, it came on a strike, so he doesn't lose any count.
He's going to take his time and regroup here.
Leave himself with the always challenging 10-count spare.
Well, didn't he? I think he fouled last game and made the spare, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Megan continues to struggle down there.
Yeah, she's going to be in some trouble if Carbonetto throws a couple of more strikes. Let's see if Kraus can.
Oh, whoa.
Wow. Well, he wasn't afraid to get it right, that's for sure.
I'll tell you, usually you see most people overcompensate after a shot like that where they get a little right and put it in the gutter, but and he went after it again, but hopefully he doesn't let it rattle him.
Marshall Kent just left a 10-pin in the ninth, and I believe that he actually can be shut out. Let's see.
Yes. Shepard can shut him out with 210 or better, and he can post 216 max.
Well, actually, Kent's going to finish first. So
yeah, that's if Kent strikes out.
So we'll keep you posted. You'll be able to see off in the distance when we flip back over to the Buja Carbonetto match. Well, that one's way right too.
Oh boy. You know, Kraus is getting a lot of these shots right off his hand.
Yeah.
And you don't have a lot of room for mistake out there, and you most certainly can't get it right. Could be afraid of. I don't know if he's afraid of pulling it through the face or what, but.
Oh, Marshall just rang 10. He's only going to shoot 170 this game, which means that Shepard would need 199 to win. So Shepard would still need the first one in the 10th.
And Marshall's got to make sure he makes his spare, first and foremost, although he's pretty solid. Oh, that was a great.
It's up by 27 and needed that to maintain it.
Alex Martin wasted no time in getting right up there to bowl.
Oh, bad break for Carbonetto. Left a pocket 9. Ooh, 4 through the face from Martin. And I think that one's getting pretty close to being over. Kent did make the spare. I think we can chalk up a win for Kraus at this stage.
You know, I'm going to disagree with you. I'm not going to give anything up this.
It's true.
What we've seen, I'm not giving
you
anything.
You never know
up
what's going to happen. Kent strikes on the fill. Well, Kraus is up by 40 pins with just a few frames to go, so that's.
Yeah.
And Martin has shown no signs of being able to do anything. So
yeah, if he'd struck there, you know, I'd still give him the outside chance, depending on what happens in this next shot. But 169.
Max in a game in which he's thrown 1 strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes it tough. Okay, so Shepard's going to be off on the far right side of your screen, and he needs a strike to beat Marshall Kent. You're going to see it way off to the right. Buja going at the same time. See the ball on the lane. He got it.
Wow.
That was a good shot, too.
There was no question about that one.
And that's pretty much it. He needs count, I think.
Yeah. 199 would win it for him, so.
Yeah, and that strike puts him in the 200s. So it looks like Marshall Kent will lose and be done. I would say that Marshall Kent has a pretty good case to be picked for Junior Team USA again, though. I mean, that's up to the selection committee, but you would think that he'd have a pretty good resume for them to be looking at.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that statement.
Megan trying to hang in there, throws a double. Don't think there's much drama in the U15 match with the girls.
The U15 girls, I mean, Russell's, well, she's in a must-strike situation. You know, she could put a little pressure on McCallion with putting up 190, but McCallion's going to get the opportunity to finish first and shut her out. But,
yeah.
She's had a clean game so far. She's got 147 in the 7th, can shoot 237, although 191 would be plenty.
Yeah, I think she just needs basically one mark in the next 2 frames to
I'm sorry,
feel pretty comfortable.
190, a little more than that. 193 would be enough.
It's not a bad shot.
Just got to stay out of trouble right now.
Kraus trying to just stay clean and finish this thing off against Martin. Wow, that's one way to stay clean.
That'll take care of it.
And he's going to win. Can we safely say that one now?
Yeah, now, yes.
Now you're comfortable with it. Carbonetto is putting on a real showdown there this game. She's on pace to shoot 248, and looks like she's going to beat Buja at this rate. Carbonetto's been real solid this game.
She's got that 15-pin cushion she built up in game 1, and that's certainly coming in handy right now, even if Buja puts on a late charge.
Buja just kind of runs out of room here. It looks like Carbonetto's going to survive. Obviously, Anderson beat Cooley. We didn't show you much of the end of that one because it was decided.
And Alex Martin's just trying to get this game finished up.
But a good run. Even the folks who lose in this round had a great run in this tournament. Made it really far.
Yeah, I hope I hope everybody, even the ones that don't make it out of this round, I hope they're proud of what they've done here this week, because it's still incredible to get this far in this tournament.
So hard to make the cut, even the first cut in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
Talented field, so many bowlers, tough lane conditions, and so to make it to the is this 4th or 5th round of match play, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed of in at this stage of the game. Everybody's performed well to get here, and a little bit of the unknown. You get on a pair that isn't very favorable to you, or your opponent gets locked in, and you just simply can't get it going. A lot of factors can affect your performance in each match.
So we're just closing out the final frames here. We already know all the winners. Anderson defeats Cooley. We know that Shepard beat Kent. Carbonetto defeats Buja. Kraus defeats Martin. And McCallion defeats Russell here in this round. Just closing things out. So not too much drama here at the end on our featured pairs once again. Been kind of unlucky in that regard. Carbonetto leaves a 10-pin, but she'll have another nice game here. She'll be in the 220s if she makes the spare. So one more shot here from Carbonetto, and then we'll take a break and get geared up. I believe they're going to re-oil the lanes, so there'll be a little bit of a break, but we will be back in just a little bit. It shouldn't be too long of a break. But, our thanks to USBC President Andrew Caton for sitting in. I think you're going to go take a break yourself.
I'm going to go have lunch, I think, now. Thanks for having me again. I appreciate it, and don't give my headphones away just yet.
No problem. We enjoy the free labor, so thanks for sitting in. We'll see everybody in just a little bit.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Pointe, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
I think the decision to bowl sport more came out of watching house patterns, watching the averages go up, the scores go up, seeing that some guys got 11 in a row and there's not a crowd watching anymore. No one really cares. And I just decided, this isn't bowling. This isn't what it was when I was a kid. You start to realize on a house shot, you throw a bad shot and it carries, and you're realizing I'm not getting penalized and I should be. And sport shots came along, and that was really the opportunity to see, where am I? How good am I? How bad am I? What do I need to work on?
It can be frustrating when you first start, when you're going from the house pattern to a sport condition. What would you say to somebody who's just getting started in it? I mean, it can be tough to hang in there.
I think really you just try to say, it's different, understand that it's different, learn from it, realize that it's teaching you where you need to improve.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's Best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
practice is over, please reset your lanes back to the first ball. And when your arrows come, you can go to score. Good luck to bowling.
Welcome back, everybody. Continuing live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. We are just underway with our next round of matches here. They've re-oiled the lanes, and we are in round number 6. We've got 4 matches for you again. We've got Sean Wilcox versus Schenk for the in the U15 boys winners bracket. We've got Clemmer versus Dunn in the U15 girls winners bracket. Anderson versus Shepard in the U20 boys elimination match, and Renslow versus Panis in the U20 girls winners bracket match. You can find all the brackets on bowl.com/juniorgold, bowl.com/juniorgold. We are live at Woodland Bowl in Indianapolis. I'm Lucas Wiseman along with Jason Overstreet. Appreciate everybody joining us this afternoon here on Bowl TV. We've only got a few rounds to go before we announce our champions.
I know there's a lot of interest in the A.J. Johnson-Armando Godoy match, which is the U20 boys winners bracket. It's just off to our right. We'll try to give you updates even though we don't have a camera on it. The reason for that is they will be rotating, the winner will, onto our featured pair coming up. So we don't have them this match so that we have them when it's for all the marbles.
Still got a lot of great matches, though, in front of us. But yeah, the 2 winners bracket matches in the U20 division are for automatic spots on Junior Team USA, although you see one of them is a Canadian, so she obviously can't be on Junior Team USA. And if she wins the match and makes it into the title match, then it would go to a selection instead of an automatic spot.
Well, we're glad to have you with us on Bowl TV. Hope that you'll invite everyone in your social network to come and join us. See the hashtag Junior Gold. Please feel free to tweet the link to Bowl TV on YouTube, and if you're watching us at your desktop, share it with your friends on Facebook. Let's try and get as many folks as possible watching this great event. See who ends up taking home the prize of the North Point Junior Gold Championships, as well as earning those spots on Junior Team USA.
Yeah, in addition to the automatic spots that we have on Junior Team USA Selection Committee, we'll be picking a few folks to join the team. Somebody made a split down there on the low end. A lot of noise coming down from over there. And these are 2-game total pinfall matches. A lot of folks using our Junior Gold hashtag. Blair Kane saying there's some interesting matchups this round. Yes, there are. Try to keep you updated on as many of them as we can.
A washout for Wilcox. They're trying to bounce back after an open in the third.
Already trailing by 12 against Shank. Another open frame, back-to-back opens for Wilcox. Let's go over and take a look at Shepard. He makes the spare. He leads Anderson by 9 pins. And they did re-oil, and it is the same pattern we had earlier today. It is 38-foot Atlanta pattern. Wilcox pulls it, leaves the big 4, and not happy.
What we saw this morning, too, was that the fresh was at higher scoring than after pattern got some games on it. So we'll see if that holds true.
Yeah, the pattern got kind of dicey towards the end there, but we won't see that again because I think there's another re-oil scheduled in here somewhere, and that's to allow them to use the lanes in front of our live streaming cameras here. And do a re-oil to make it fair because there may be somebody who catches a pair that they already bowled on. Not sure what the deal is.
See off to the right side of your screen, A.J. Johnson's going to come in and throw a shot. He strikes in the fourth. Armando Godoy with a spare. Open in his contest with Johnson, so keep you updated on that one.
Ashley Dunn comes up light, leaves the 2-pin. She's up by 4 on Clemmer.
Split for Schenk. Nice looking ball there for Shepard. Strike in the 5th. He's gone spare double, spare strike. Pretty much all even there with Anderson.
I think after this round, we are down to 3 players in each division because the players who win in this round have a round off. So we're down to the nitty-gritty here.
Robin Renslow. This contest essentially all even, 5th frame. Armando Godoy picking up the spare and that match off to the right.
He's down 14 against A.J. Johnson. Anderson in the 6th, down by 1. Watching live coverage here on Bowl TV of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll be crowning our champions this afternoon here of this event. So be sure to stick around for that. We're only a couple of rounds away from knowing who the winners are. If you want to know our upcoming live stream schedule, go to bowl.com/livestream. Information on that. And don't forget to follow USBC on Twitter at USBC. Oh, a little late love on the 10-pin there for Cortez. He's up 11 now on Wilcox.
strike in the 7th for Shepard.
He's down by 9 now against Anderson. Shank with a double, goes up by 21. Here's Ashley Dunn in the 7th. And Ashley trips out the 4 for the strike. And that one's pretty close. Just a couple of pins separate those two bowlers.
Shepard looking to double and match the double put up by Anderson.
Wow. A light 8-10. And he's going to fall a little bit further behind here.
And that looks left, but left in a good spot.
It's 3 in a row for Clemmer. She has now taken a 17-pin lead.
Now Anderson with a real opportunity here in our U20 boys contest. 8th frame, looking for 3 in a row. Oh, the 5-pin knocked around and doesn't go down.
Got paralyzed. Bob Bowler in the chat wants to know why there are no formats like this in any adult tournaments. There are. The Masters and the Queens. Senior Masters, Senior Queens. Spare's good for Anderson. He leads by 20.
Not to mention the Masters portion of all international events is somewhat similar in the head-to-head component.
Actually, they changed that at the last WTBA Congress. It's now round robin for the...
Really?
Yeah, for the Masters at the World Championships. PabCon, I think it's still match play similar to this. I think it's 2
WTBA bulletins. Never know what's going to change between the last time you attend a World Championships. And
yeah, they did a round robin at the World Youth in Bangkok last month. Shepard, 9th frame, down 20. Misses the head pin right, leaves the 1-2. Shank's putting together a nice game in our U15 boys match. Got 4 strikes in a row. He's built a 31-pin lead. Here's Ashley Dunn. She fouled on her first shot and misses the head pin left on her second shot. Yeah, a lot of these youngsters fouling here this week. 2-4-5 for Cortez Shank. He's going to shoot 199 with the spare. He's definitely going to have the lead going into game 2. Ooh, an open frame. Actually, it's just Phil, so it's all right, but he still misses a makeable. It's a couple of pins and count that he loses. Could be big at the end.
8th frame for Panis, looking to double here.
And the Canadian misses the head pin to the right. She's up 10 with the spare.
No doubles in this contest thus far.
Very few strikes.
Over in the U20 girls match.
Only 2 strikes between the two of them.
Yeah. So my assessment about the fresh being higher scoring is not proving to be correct on what we're seeing in front of us so far.
No. I mean, look at that Godoy-Johnson match down there.
They're really not doing much in terms of numbers.
AJ has a 33-pin lead. Godoy only 80 in the 6th.
You'll see AJ leave it over here. He's going to come on the right side of your screen.
Oh, he just split. Oh, no. Look at that. It turned into a strike. Oh, my goodness.
Says,
that was awesome.
Thank you very much.
That was like big 4 to a strike. It's craziness.
Eighth frame for Renslow. So Sean Wilcox with a real nice finish there. Strikes out
181.
Strings together a 4. So he was kind of getting down, was kind of looking, things weren't going his way, but only down 16 now heading into game number 2.
I had 3 opens in a row in the middle of the game.
Yeah, it looked,
Now he's only down 16. 10th frame for Anderson. Oh, look at the 8-pin get stung and sent straight back. He could shoot 237, and that would give him a 41-pin lead going into game 2 against Shepard.
Clemmer's going to have a pretty sizable lead after game 1 against Dunn. .223 for Clemmer. Striking the ninth for Panis. She can strike out for 202.
She's up 10.
Wilcox first frame of game 2, down 16.
Dunn is going to be down a lot. Clemmer shot 223, and Dunn only going to shoot 170 if she could fill 20 here in the 10th. So she'll be down at least 53 pins. Someone wants an update on Carbonetto and Locker, and it's Carbonetto going to have, looks like a 30 or 40 pin lead after game 1.
Anderson up 41 after game 1.
And with good ball reaction as well.
Looks like he's in a good place.
Carbonetto 200. Sarah Locher going to shoot 178 max if she strikes out. Kraus leads Walker by 82 after the first game.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick, live from Indianapolis. Thanks for being with us on Bowl TV as we see who takes home the title in each of our 4 divisions, 20 and under and 15 and under, both boys and girls side. Right side of your screen, A.J. Johnson throwing a shot here.
He's looking pretty solid. He's going to shoot 203 if he strikes on the fill. The best that Godoy can shoot is 178 if he strikes out. Wilcox staying perfect, front 4.
How about that? U15's representing quite nicely down the stretch here.
Carbonetto leads Sarah Locher 200 to 167. So 33 pin lead for Carbonetto after game 1. And Renslow is going to trail Panis by about 10 pins after the first game.
I don't know if you'll be able to see him, but you might see his ball. Big shot for Godoy here on the far right side of your screen. See the ball going down. He's looking to double with the shot in the 10th, but it looks like a 4-pin. So that leaves Armando with a max score of, what, 158? Yep. So he's going to be in a sizable hole heading into game 2. Well, we've seen Godoy put up some huge numbers. He did when he was on the feature pair earlier today, so don't count him out, but he's got to find his groove. Lucas, did you already update the Panis Renslow score after 1?
Yeah, Panis up by 10.
All right, just.
Clemmer up 52 pins on Dunn in our U15 girls match.
Well, Wilcox threw a really nice shot in the 5th, left the 10-pin, but as you saw, unable to convert the spare.
48-pin lead for A.J. Johnson after the first game on Godoy.
Anderson, that might be the first bad shot we've seen him throw.
Yeah, it leaves the 6-7 split in the 4th, but not having any pressure put on him by Shepard, so it's all right. Panis leaves the split in the first frame, and Wilcox misses the 6-pin. Back-to-back single-pin misses for Wilcox. And he is pretty distraught, actually. He's got his hands in his face. Looks like he might be losing it down there. Oh, he's angry. Beating himself up a little bit. Young man, you got to put it behind you.
Yep, you're in okay shape. Just got to stay focused.
He looks really nervous, doesn't he? He's shaking. He's so nervous.
He's been throwing the ball great. I mean, he's really been putting on a great display. Just gotta. It's tough. You want it so bad to come out here and succeed.
Back-to-back opens for the Canadian.
Boy.
Oh, boy.
Sometimes things are going your way.
Clemmer getting the break.
Schenk gets the carry.
He's up by 15 pins in the match with 3.5 frames to go.
So Sean's just got to gather himself. He's been throwing the ball really well. The contest is well within reach. Get those single pin misses out of his head and throw a good shot here.
Wow, 5 count washout for Wilcox. That's trouble. They're rolling so fast in that match. Oh, and he only gets 1. He's now down by 29 pins with 3 frames left.
Well, Sean's a really good bowler. He's got to learn to slow down a little bit, though, and You know, things start going a little bit rough. Kind of get your focus. Here's one of his family members saying the exact same thing back behind me, saying, take your time. Good advice.
It's not out of it yet, but it's going to get real hard for him to win here. If Schenk steps up and makes a couple of good shots here in the 8th and 9th. Nice shot by Anderson. It's up by 59 pins now. Half a game to go.
Panis trying to get things back on track, starting off with open this game and now a washout. See Godoy just to her right. Trying to double to start game 2, but is not able to make it happen, so he'll have a single pin left to stay clean in the second frame.
Schenk with the 9 pin, crossover shot. Missed chance to pull away from Wilcox. Still a 29 pin lead for Schenk with 2 frames to go. Shepard down 59 with 4 frames left in that match. Schenk just needs to stay clean. And meanwhile, our Canadian friend is just not doing well.
Another split.
She led by 10 going into this game, but she hasn't marked yet. And she's in the 4th frame.
No, things have kind of gone off the rails.
And another open. Schenk makes his spare in the 9th. He's in pretty good shape still. Carbonetto still up by 30 pins with half a game to go.
Now Renslow with an opportunity to really step on it here. She's working on the strike. Panis, as we mentioned, has had split problems and not marked yet. Fortunate break there for Renslow to not be in any worse trouble.
Messenger coming across for Wilcox. And if Wilcox strikes out, it forces Schenk to mark. And Schenk has been clean so far this game. If he doesn't strike, he's going to lose the match. Yep. Well, wait a minute. A lot of stuff going on there. Almost fell for him, but Schenk is going to beat Wilcox in this match. Anderson is looking like he's going to beat Shepard. It's ahead by more than 60 pins. Renslow with a strike.
She made her spare in the 4th and then strikes in the 5th, so she's now built a 40-plus pin lead.
Not quite that much. 23 pin lead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was giving the 10 pins to the wrong side. My mistake. Thank you for the correction.
Renslow down 10 coming into this game. So it's still within reach for Panis, but she's going to have to get something going. She hasn't marked yet and has left a 3-6-10 here.
Godoy with a strike off to your right. That's a double for him, connecting the 3rd and the 4th. And as he's trying to make that contest a little bit more interesting, once again, A.J. Johnson winning by 48 in game 1. Johnson has yet to double, but he has been clean.
Anderson up by almost 60 pins with just a frame to go, so he's in good shape. Panis has left another multi-pin spare here this game. She covers it up. Down by 25. A little more, like a little less than half a game to go.
So while our angle for it is not great and one of our other stationary cameras is kind of in the way, we will take a look after Renslow throws at Johnson and Godoy.
And Renslow gets 5 on her shot as we watch AJ. He strikes in the 5th frame. He's still up by 35 though right now.
Yeah, Godoy's got to get hot. He's got to get on. I've seen him get on the big streaks before.
Renslow just opened. Now it's very close.
Ringing 10 looked like for Godoy.
Renslow now leads by just 13 pins after that open in 6th. Gets the strike. Looks like Clemmer's going to beat Dunn without any problems. Anderson officially beats Shepard. Carbonetto still beating Sarah Locher, and it's not quite over yet, but pretty close. Yeah, Carbonetto is going to win. Jackie Carbonetto moves on.
It's like a washout, super washout for Godoy.
Yes, it is. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 on a spare. So he's down 41 if he makes it. And he opens
1.
So big advantage now for AJ Johnson. He's now up by 55 pins. It'll go to 65 if he strikes. It's amazing how things can really turn on a dime. And it looks like Renslow is going to beat Panis. See AJ off in the distance. And he's going to win. I don't see, I mean, he's up 65 with 4 frames to go. Pretty much over. And he gives himself a fist bump. He knows the situation. He's just got to make good shots the rest of the way, and he'll be in good shape. Panis, meanwhile, just can't get anything going this game. 78 in the 7th frame. She opened in the 7th. It's left the 1, 2, 4 here, and it's another open frame. She can't believe it. It's a train wreck is what it is, this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opens in 8 frames for Panis. You can see she's distraught. Renslow not exactly bowling her best game, but she doesn't have to. AJ strikes again, and he is going to be on Junior Team USA once again. And Renslow strikes for a double, and she's on her way to her first Junior Team USA berth. Kraus wins against Walker. Carbonetto wins. Anderson wins. Clemmer is a winner. Schenk wins. Renslow, Johnson. Look like they're going to be our winners in this round. So A.J. Johnson's going to be one win away from the title. And Godoy's not knocked out yet. He's going to go down to the contenders bracket and bowl against Anderson for the right to meet A.J. Johnson again.
Yeah, don't count out Godoy. I believe it was in game 2 on this, after the Royal Oil last time that we caught him. And he really was on fire.
Panis finally on the board with a strike in the 9th frame, but it's too little too late. She's going to head down to the contenders, take on Carbonetto in the next round. A.J. Johnson up 74, just a couple of frames to go. So, like I said, it's locked up. Panis finally gets it together here. Going to double, but too little too late. I guess technically she could strike out to make Renslow get about 3 or 4 pins and count on her first shot in the 10th, but it's just, you know, realistically it is over, although not completely mathematically over. Now it is mathematically over. Only 136 for Panis here in this final game of the match. Well, A.J. Johnson will go into that championship match with a loose arm swing because he's already punched his ticket to Junior Team USA. The only work to be done now is, will he be this year's Junior Gold champion? And Robin Renslow, welcome to Junior Team USA. Robin is the girlfriend of a current Junior Team USA member, Zach Hattori. I'm sure he'll be very proud of her, of Robin. There's a look at Zach. He was in Thailand last month competing for Junior Team USA at the World Youth Championships. Got his USA jacket on. And he'll be pretty happy that Robin has made the team. Gets the double in the 10th.
Don't let me kick you. I made it. Okay, I have to start for lunch, so I can stand for a while.
I think there'll be a brief break after this round ends. Probably got 10 minutes or so. Look at Renslow. She's got a big smile on her face. A.J. Johnson and Godoy having a moment there at the end. A.J. has one more shot to throw. Open frame of the 10th, but doesn't matter. A.J. Johnson is going to be in the championship match. So is Robin Renslow on the girls' side in the under-20 division. So a brief break here when they get set up for the next round. We will be back in a couple of minutes with our continuing live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick.
This live event is brought to you in This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Point, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
Welcome back. We are now underway with our matches here at the Junior Gold Championships. These are all elimination matches. We have 3 matches for you here this round. Got Panis versus Carbonetto in the U20 girls. We also have Wilcox versus Kraus in the U15 boys. And Godoy versus Anderson in the U20 boys.
Probably worth resetting the format and how it will work from here on out. This is a double elimination match play format, so each of the winners here will advance to take on the winners from the winners bracket. Those coming up from the contenders bracket will need to win twice.
Yeah, so these players need to win this match, and then they move into the championship match where they have to win twice. So they're 3 wins away from winning the title. Carbonetto started with a strike. Here's Anderson. Made a split in the first frame. Strikes in the second, all even with Godoy. Good shot by Carbonetto. Rings the 10, though. Wilcox with a strike. Crossover for Anderson.
Second frame for Panis. Nice looking shot. We had Godoy on this exact same pair earlier in the day, and he really matched up well. That was a nice looking shot he just threw. Left the 10 pin. See if he ends up having the same kind of success he did earlier in the day. Takes care of business on the spare, and let's see if Panis can bounce back after the very disappointing second game of her last contest and work her way into the final. Speaking of bouncing back, I don't know if you were with us throughout the day today, but Bradley Krause, who you're seeing there, had a miserable beginning of the day, lost his first match, and has fought all the way back through the losers bracket to now be within 1 match of bowling for the title. We'll do our best to keep you updated on the U15 girls who are just outside of our camera's reach to the far left. Anderson strikes in the 4th. And we thank everybody for joining us on our live coverage of North Point Junior Gold Championships on Bowl TV. It's brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress Thank you to all the USBC members out there watching, and certainly want to remind everyone as your fall league start to make sure that your
fifth frame for Godoy. Gets the crossover for the strike. Trails by 1. The halfway point of this first game. Still 2-game match. Everything is a 2-game match all the way through. This double elimination match play bracket. Carbonetto mixes them up for the strike in the fourth. She leads by 12.
Come on, Miranda.
The winners in our U20 matches get a spot on Junior Team USA unless it is Pennis, who's a Canadian. And if she wins, that spot will go to the selection committee. And she is not eligible to be on Junior Team USA. Anderson playing way right, leaves the 8-pin. Godoy with that doubly through a moment ago is now in the lead by 10. Fifth frame for Carbonetto, working on a strike. And leading by 12. Had a chance to make it 22 if she could have struck there, but she does not. Godoy working on 3 in a row, chance to make 4 in a row here. Good shot, stuffs the 9-pin. He's up by 19 on Anderson here in the 8th frame. Anderson goes high. shot for Carbonetto in the sixth. She still leads by 12.
All right, come on, Miranda.
Godoy still up 19 on Anderson. They have 12 frames left in the match. Over in our U15 boys match, Kraus just left a super washout. That one's going to be pretty close if Kraus opens. Dunn is up by 25 on McKalen. Open frame for Kraus. So they are pretty neck and neck in that match. Godoy just washed out. It looks like his lead will evaporate a little bit here. Already did based on the count, but may do so even more if he opens. Miranda, that's way right. Wilcox working on a double. That one goes right as well. Lanes look pretty tight. Gets 7. He makes it, he's only down 1. Open frame for Miranda. Okay, the two bowlers in the U20 division who are in the championship match are A.J. Johnson and Robin Renslow. U15 boys, it's Cortez Schenk in that championship match. And for the U15 girls, it's Brianna Clemmer. And the winners of these matches will take on those undefeated players in the next round. I do believe there's a re-oil after this round. Open frame for Anderson in the 10th. Godoy shoots 212, Anderson 187, so a 25-pin lead for Godoy after game 1.
Anders just got to settle down. You can see he's really disappointed. He didn't get the carry on the strike ball, and just temporary loss of focus.
Nine-pin lead for Kraus in the 10th. He's up by 13 on Wilcox. Ashley Dunn and McKalen down there. Dunn with a big lead. Up by, looks like 34 pins. I'll make it 24. Dunn is up.
First frame for Godoy in game 2.
4-pin, leads by 25 coming into this game. Carbonetto up by 25 against Panis. Panis carries the crossover for the strike in the 8th frame.
So Kraus in the books with a 183 in game 1. Wilcox now up 10th frame. 181 is max if he strikes out. First shot in the 10th. Good one. Strike for Carbonetto, strike for Godoy.
McKalen shot 153 down there in the U15 girls match, and Dunn can shoot 210. Carbonetto looking for a double. Good shot. That'll put her in the 200s. Whoa. Wow. Way right on that one. Well, Wilcox and Kraus going to be real close going into this last game. 2-pin lead for Kraus, 183 to 181.
Anderson very fortunate in that. Working on a double, that was very, very nearly in the channel.
Oh, a shot by Carbonetto there. Gets her in the 2 teens. So a couple mark lead going into game 2 at this rate. A lucky 9 count there for Godoy. Still up by 17. He spares it. 214 for Carbonetto.
The Godoy-Anderson contest is going to be interesting down the stretch. That last shot by Anderson notwithstanding, it seems like he's had a slightly better look. But yet Godoy hanging on to the lead.
All right, come on, fair it up.
Washout for Godoy. This one could go either way.
Yes, it's going to start to get really close. You can feel the pressure kind of ratcheting up as it gets closer in that contest. See what Godoy can do here.
Some nerves definitely in play out there right now.
Hooks up the washout and does not get it. Same story for Panis.
Carbonetto 214 to 162 after the first game. That's a pretty big lead. 52 pins. Another one way right. Leaves the 1-2-4. Wobbling 10-pin down there for Wilcox. Off camera, U15 boys match. Dunn with a 32-pin lead after the first game and picked up 12 more so far this game, so she's up 42 in that U15 girls match.
shot there by Andrew Anderson. The second frame here of game 2 for Bradley Krause, working on a strike and a double. Strike for Panis. There's 5th frame for Godoy. Changed line. Very close match here. 6-pin lead for Godoy. He's just hanging on. Here is Panis in the second, trailing by 52. Working on a strike. Looks pretty good. Gets the double. Godoy covered the spare. Krause struck again. He has 3 straight. Notice Anderson and Godoy playing completely different lines. Wow. Things just not going well the last few frames for Godoy. No, it looked like he's trying to move deeper. Paralyzed 7-pin there for Carbonetto. Yeah, it moved halfway off the lane. I mean, it might fall over in the gutter here. Yep, there it goes. It fell off into the gutter because it was literally, 60% off the lane. It was just barely hanging on. Big shot here for Andrew Anderson in the 6th frame. Chance to double. Big shot here. Oh, look at Messenger. Wow. That'll pump him up. What a powerful shot that was. What a big shot. He's now up 18. Huge swing there with those 2 shots. 18-pin lead for Anderson. A chance to make it 28, 7th frame. And he leaves the 6-10. And what do you do if you're Godoy? The area of the lane that you've been playing has not been working. Makes the spare. If you're Godoy, you just got to try to get the ball in the pocket and hope for good things. Down 16 with 3.5 frames to go. Earlier we'd seen Ormondo use his speed to be able to control the pocket, and he hasn't been able to do that this game. Krause just split, by the way, on the front 3. Here's Godoy, 7th frame. Yanks it left, and he looks pretty lost out there right now, and it couldn't come at a worse time. No. Makes the spare. He's got to find a way to put a strike on the board here in the 8th frame. Down by 16. The opportunity is there, but as you said, he's got to figure out a line in it. Last few shots have not been there. Made a good shot. Yeah, that was a good shot. He had struggled to be in the pocket for the last 4 frames or so, and finally gets there and leaves the 7-pin. He's now down by 17.
Makes the 7-pin, no problem. Eighth frame for Anderson. We've seen a lot of emotion out of him. We might see some more if he strikes here. Oh, the 4 doesn't go. He looks a little tense. Almost borderline nervous.
Who can blame him?
Close match, chance to bowl for the title on the line. No problem with the spare. These guys are bowling really fast. They're going to finish way ahead of everybody else. By comparison, the U20 girls only in the 3rd frame. And we're heading into the 9th in the U20 boys match. Miranda's started with a double, trailing by 52 in the match. Trying to mount a comeback, but a 4-9 split. Anderson, 9th frame, going left, 3-6-10. Boy, he's mentally struggling right now a little bit. Real hard to keep those emotions in check in such a crucial moment. And a 4-9 conversion. Wow, how about that? Big spare attempt here for Anderson. Wow, he misses it to the left. Now a 13-pin deficit for Godoy.
In case you're wondering how tense this is, here's where Anderson is looking at this from. He's gone about
5 or 6
pairs
over.
Down.
Big shot for Godoy here. It's crossing over and carries. What a huge break there. Well, if Godoy strikes out, he shoots 191. That means Anderson would need to shoot 217. And Anderson can strike out for 219. So Godoy can strike out to force Anderson to double. Way right. Wash out. Oh, Anderson. He's got a real good chance to move on now. Oh, to have any chance, Godoy has to make this. He's got to go all out here. It's an open frame. Anderson's going to move on. He's going to bowl A.J. Johnson for the title. Carbonetto striking the 4th. Anderson just needs a few pins and count.
Andrew's trying to do the math.
Yeah, his friends are telling him, just bowl.
Making sure he's got it. Knows.
Just keep the ball on the lane and stay behind the foul line, pretty much. Just chuck it at the head pin. That's what I would do, son. Yep. It's enough. He's going to move on. Carbonetto with the light mixer. Double for her. She's up 54. About a half a game to go. Wilcox just carried. Strike in the 7th. He's down by 31 pins, though. Great run by Armando Godoy here this week.
You hate having to see somebody lose. Armando Godoy, really, what a great performance. And you're going to see some great sportsmanship here. Great competitors, but really good sports too. It's really been just a trademark of the Junior Gold Championships. These competitors all want to win so badly, but yet have such great mutual respect for one another.
Miranda, it's a good shot. Messenger goes in front of the 10. Kraus up now working on a double, trying to put this one away. Goes through the face and leaves the split. And that one's not over yet. Let's see if Kraus can make a run at this 6-7-10 split here. 8th frame. Oh, kind of semi-backup ball there. Gets 2 of them. Probably wise to go for the count in that situation. He is up by 16 pins with 2 frames to go. Carbonetto, her 3rd consecutive strike. And she is on her way to the championship match, it looks like. Up by 52 coming into this game, up another 15, so 67 pin lead for Carbonetto with 4 frames to go.
She is a cool character, in contrast to some of the emotions you'll see from the other players.
Great shot by Kraus. Ashley Dunn still leading by 28 pins in her match. Oh, Carbonetto gets a little love on the 4 pin there. It's 4 in a row. Tenth frame in our U15 boys match. Wilcox is up in a must-strike situation. Oh, tough break, 4 pin on a good shot. And Kraus is going to win it. Miranda looking for a double. She got it. Trying her best to hang in there, but just Carbonetto has just been striking too much.
Wilcox missed the single pin. Shoots 174, and
it didn't matter.
That'll be a guarantee for Kraus.
Yeah, it was over anyway. Carbonetto through the face, 4-6 split. She's still in good shape, though. She had some margin for error.
Now, Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Bradley Kraus lose in the first round?
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head.
I remember him being in.
I can look.
Maybe it was the second, but
no, he did. He lost in the first round. The Lane Sant.
Yep, that was that. Remember that contest where we watched Bradley get
just
crushed. Demolished.
Yeah,
and
he lost by almost 150.
You know, what a great story about refocusing and coming back. Bradley Kraus just goes all the way through the losers bracket to now have a shot at the championship in the U15.
Carbonetto really doesn't even need a mark in her last 2 frames. She's already got it. So Carbonetto is going to punch her ticket on to Junior Team USA for 2013. There's Carbonetto. Miranda with a split. Doesn't matter. It's already out of the wood anyway. Things have gotten interesting in our Dunn-McCallion match down there in the U15 girls. It's actually a 3-pin lead for Dunn going into the 10th. Dunn just threw the first one in the 10th down there. And believe that she can get the shutout if she strikes again. 197 would be her max. That would force Kalian to shoot 230, and her max is 226. So Ashley Dunn for the shutout needs a strike on this shot. Does not get the strike. Looks like a 6 count. Let's assume she'll get 3 here. That would give her 182. 215 is what McKalian would need, so that is strike 9 spare, I believe, for McKalian. .214 is what McKalian is going to need to win. So she needs strike 9 spare to win by 1, if my math is correct. Let's see what happens here. You can kind of judge from a reaction. Light hit leaves the 8-pin. And Dunn is going to survive. So they are going to do a re-oil, I believe, between this round and the next round. But we do know all of our automatics for Junior Team USA on the under 20, the U20 girls side. It's Jackie Carbonetto and Robin Renslow. And on the U20 boys side, it's Anderson and AJ Johnson. And they will have our title matches coming up next. Selection committee will pick 2 more boys, 2 more girls to be announced this evening. That will not be live streamed, but we will have a recap for you on bowl.com. And you can find out on Twitter who those selections were first. USBC's Twitter feed, twitter.com/USBC. So we will have a break for a few minutes here while they get geared up for the championship matches. We will be back with you here in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. More exciting coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships presented by Brunswick coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Point, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
All right, for everybody who's watching on Bowl TV, we will be back with our championships in about 15 minutes. We're going to take the stream down for just a moment, but it will be back shortly, so do not fear. We'll have the championships for you, but just going to take it down, and that way it will be available on demand for its own recording. So don't go anywhere, and stick around and stay tuned for the exciting finals of the North Point Junior Gold Championships here live from Indianapolis in a few minutes.